No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Oh, hello, and thank you, everyone. Glad to be here with you. We're going to be starting up in just 1 second. Please bear with me, just doing a little bit of the background updates to the account. Make sure that everyone's able to see that we are live so that everyone can have a chance to have a little bit of a comment here. So we should be up on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, on Twitter, on most of the mainstream social media. So we hope that you will enjoy that and you're going to be able to participate. We're looking forward to having everyone here with us. So with that said, this is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. On June 2nd, it's 2:30 in the afternoon, and we're happy to talk to you. We do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., we reach out across the world to hear your voices. That's to have you call in, to leave a super chat, to leave a comment, to talk about the issues that affect us all, no matter where in the world you may be. We know that over 100 different countries watch the program, and we appreciate each and every one of you. With that said, we're going to have a conversation today. It's always a conversation with you about things that we think are very important, not just the headlines that the mainstream media wants to push on you, but the things that are actually going to affect you on the ground level. With all of that said, hello, Hot Chicks. Hot Chicks is the first one to speak with us today, and we thank you for that. By the way, just some background information. We finally have been approved by YouTube. We broke through some of the algorithms. We have now been allowed to do super chats on YouTube as well as on, we already have that ability on Rumble. We also have memberships. I have no idea what that is. I don't know how to do anything about that, but you can now be a member. We also have some, what do you call them, emojis. We have some custom art emojis for thumbs up, for being happy. So you can check that out on the channel. Please let me know what you think of that if you decide to use any of that. Again, not my forte. Now, for those who are new to the channel, haven't been here before, and you're wondering, well, how does this work? Normally what we do is we start off talking about some of the breaking news that's happening today, if there is anything of real interest to talk about. Then we go into what's been happening internationally, how the United States is affecting the world, and how the world is affecting the United States, how we are all interacting with each other. Then we get into the domestic here in the United States, some of the internal issues that are happening and how that's affecting Americans, which therefore and then affects the rest of the world. That's the format we generally try to address. At any time throughout the conversation, you of course can always call in to 929-715-8569, and you can call in with your comments about whatever issue you think is important. If you disagree with us, if you agree with us, if you think there's something that we have missed in the news, some issue that you would want to talk about, please call in. We're happy to hear your voice, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, a Libertarian, conservative, whatever you may be. We are always welcome to hear your respectful comments. Always. That being said, hello, Hot Chicks. Yeah, I know. We're starting to move up in the world. Finally got recognized by YouTube after so many years of fighting with them. And they only, of course, recognized it well after our coverage of President Trump in the Bronx, well after we covered all the black and Hispanic rallies in the Bronx for President Trump. Yeah, only after all of that, now they want to cover us. Well, whatever. We'll take it as it goes. Anyway, starting with some of the breaking news that I do think is important, I want to jump right in on that because we are now hearing news that last night in Akron, Ohio, there was a mass shooting. And I don't think that's correct. I think the news media is once again gaslighting the public. And we see this happen a lot, where we will see a shooting, even with a lot of people, as in this case, one person dead, 24 people wounded. And normally, when you see these kind of numbers with one shooter, you would say, well, that is a mass shooting. That's true. Except there's more to it than that. You see, what I think happened in Akron, Ohio, is most likely a gang shooting. And if it was a gang shooting, most likely it was about drugs, which isn't a mass shooting. Mass shootings tend to be about some warped individual who has a damaged brain, crazy individuals that are going out to attack human beings for no good reason, no logical reason. And we've seen that in Columbine, we've seen that in the Buffalo shooter, we saw that in the New York City subway shooter. Each of them had different reasons. The kids in Columbine, they're just damaged kids. They had mental issues. Your Buffalo shooter was a racist. The subway shooter in New York was a black supremacist. There's lots of different reasons. In fact, when we've looked at the studies, over 38 different reasons why mass shooters do what they do. Many of them because of medications that either are on or are not on, because of mental deficiencies, or being evil people. Now, in this case, when we're talking about Akron, Ohio, I want you to understand. So they say at least one dead, 24 wounded in Akron mass shooting. Okay. I want you to understand Akron, Ohio is, according to the AI from Google, which is biased and has a left-leaning bias, there are some 701,000 people in Akron, Ohio, that have 97.8% of the population are citizens. About 82,000 of the people are black. But that doesn't seem to match up, because if you go to other data sources, like the World Population Review, which has been pretty accurate, they say about 57% white, 29, roughly 30%, about a third of Akron is black. So the numbers don't really match up. A third wouldn't be 80,000 out of 700,000, so who knows what the actual number is. Suffice to say that there's a good mix, a diversity in the population in Akron. Now, when you first read this, many people might think, well, they're talking about somewhere in downtown, in the busy area, because there was a party. There was a big celebration in Akron, Ohio last night, and we had over 100 people come together. In fact, one of the former city members, her name is, where is it here? Tara Mosley Weems, who had been involved, a Democrat who's been involved with the politics in Akron, lived right across the street from the shooting itself. So you would think maybe this is downtown. No, this is in the black neighborhoods. This isn't downtown Akron, Ohio. And one of the things that pops out is this is a black on black shooting. Now, most black on black shootings aren't mass shootings. They're gang shootings, or they're drug shootings. There is crime amongst black versus black. In fact, the biggest cause of black deaths in America is black on black crime, not mass shootings. So there's something here. And if you read through this entire article, there is not one mention of any of the races of any of the individuals involved, which tells you it's not involving white people, which means this may or may not get as much attention across the rest of the nation as most of these stories tend to get. They always like to emphasize when it's a white shooter attacking black people, then they can use that because it's racism. But they don't want to address drugs. They don't want to address gangs and crime because that makes Democrats look bad. Democrats control Akron. Democrats control many of the larger cities. Their policies, which they have promised you will make you safe, that are going to protect you, well, all the gun control laws that they put out there, they don't work. This is an example of that. They don't stop gangs, the bail reform, all of the social justice reforms that they have suggested that have been pushed by the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, they don't work. And this is yet another example of that. But they can't say that because you might not vote Democrat in 2024. So instead, they'll call it a mass shooting. This isn't a mass shooting. This is how they get those numbers that say, well, there are 600, 700, 1,000 mass shootings in America. There's 2 or 3 mass shootings in America every day. No, there aren't. Because this isn't a mass shooting. This is black on black crime. This is probably gang related. This is probably drug related. And they don't want to tell you the truth because they would be held accountable for not dealing with those issues. Not one person, another reason that makes me believe that this is not only because of the neighborhood, not only because the news media won't mention the color of skin of any victim or any of the assailants, but we also have an entire community. The police have 0 leads. Not one person even speculates on who was one of the shooters, and there seems to be multiple shooters. We believe, the news is reporting, that there may have been 2 different firearms involved, which would make it seem like a gang shooting, 2 gangs fighting against each other during the party. That's what it seems like. Now, I bring all that up to make you understand that the headlines aren't telling you the story. If we understand what the news media has been trying to do, which is to promote Democrats, to promote the concept of mass shootings, they want you to be afraid of mass shootings. They want every gun death in America to be part of that mass shooting so that they can then take away your Second Amendment rights. It's very important. So they frame these stories in a certain way, but we can see the pattern when they don't mention the color of skin or anything about the shooter. They don't mention about the color of skin or anything else about the victims. They tend to be black. Tend to be roughly 90% of the time when the news story is framed in that way, then we know that these are black individuals. When we find out more about the areas that this is occurring in, and if we look at the background, we look at the population and demographics, we find out, okay, this is happening in a black neighborhood, a poor neighborhood, one or the other. Well, then that tends to tell us this isn't a mass shooting. This is gangs, this is drugs, this is black on black crime. And Democrats don't want to fix any of those because they don't talk about those. They don't care about those. They don't have a solution for that. Their solution is bail reform, which doesn't work. We've seen that proven in every city over and over again. It's defund the police, which doesn't work. We've seen that over and over again. Their answers do not fix the problem. And they say, oh, well, we're going to make it harder for legal gun ownership, which only endangers the people in these neighborhoods more and more. It doesn't stop the criminals at all. Now, if there is anyone who disagrees with me on this, if there is anyone who says, Mike, but you just don't understand, I'm more than happy to have that conversation. If any of the Democrats in Ohio would like to get on the phone with me and explain to me how this is, in fact, a mass shooting and how it's different than a gang shooting or black on black crime, I'm happy to have that discussion. If they want to get on the phone and say that this was not drug related at all, I'd be happy to hear from any elected official in Ohio and give them all the time to prove me wrong on what I am predicting is the news that won't make the national headlines, because even though it's a mass shooting, if they have to go into the details, if this gets national attention, then they have to go into the details. And when they go into the details, it won't be a mass shooting. It'll be a drug gang shooting, and everyone will know it. So they don't want this to be national news. That's the reality. That's the truth. Let me see what some of the comments have to say about this. I see Dow has joined us. Dow says, tons of crazy is going on in America today and around the world. I agree with you. Let's see. Dow says, hopefully everyone here is having a good Sunday. Well, I hope everyone is. I know we do have some people who are watching the show from Ohio, and I hope all of them are going to be okay. I don't know anyone in Akron is watching, so I hope, but maybe they will start. We'll hope. John is with us, John R. John says he's watching on a huge new 4K HD TV. Congratulations on that. What, did you get your check from IRS? Good for you. Your refund, because we all deserve a refund from the IRS. Only thing to watch is, of course, no Soundbites Allowed. Well, thank you for watching me on the big 4K. I hope I look good on 4K TV. I'm hitting the big screens. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the gun control aspect and how you can identify when the mainstream news media is gaslighting you, when they're misleading you, both by the omission of facts and also by the careful wording that they use in describing the stories. And this explains why certain stories don't go national. Because if they did go national, the details that would have to be revealed, the questions that people across the nation and around the world would then ask about it, would demand that we understand what's happening. And in doing that, we would suddenly find out, nope, this is black on black crime, this is gang related, probably drug related, and that's why it's not a mass shooting. Totally different demographic, and Democrats don't have a solution. In fact, they won't even try and offer a solution. They don't care. They don't care. They want that fear because then people will re-elect the Democrats that have promised them, you're going to be safe. If you just re-elect Democrats, you're going to be safe. And you never are. Never are. So I wanted to talk about that because it also leads into another shooting that's going on right now. It's in New York. And we have and this is important for people who are in New York City, who are in Manhattan and the Bronx. There is a shooter who is at large. There's an individual who just shot a man at 86th Street in New York. For people who are in New York City or familiar with New York City, it was on the 4 train, which goes from the Bronx, not too far from where I live right now, and goes into Manhattan, main Upper East Side of Manhattan, and straight downtown. It's a very popular, very busy train line, even on the weekend. And 86th Street is pretty much deep into the heart of Manhattan, especially the Manhattan Business District. That's right where it starts going from residential into business, and this is where the higher end incomes tend to live. They live in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. So it's unusual to see gun crimes like this in that area, especially on a subway train, which can be very crowded from time to time. But it seems, and the reporting is, that even though this was on a 4 train, it was on Sunday. Remember, Kathy Hochul added 750 National Guard, armed National Guard members, as well as increasing the number of New York City police officers on every train stop in Manhattan to tell people, because she's going to make you safe. She did this in February. In February, she added over 1,000 National Guard, state police, and local police officers into the subway cars in Manhattan to make sure you will be safe. Because people were getting shot. People were getting stabbed. And guess what? They're still getting shot. They're still getting stabbed. Last week we showed you, we covered with you, a man who had been at large since February for trying to burn people alive on the subway. Literally tried to burn people alive. He did it in February. He did it again last week, and he did get caught because we have video of his face from February that matched video of his face last week, and he got arrested. So that guy has mental issues, but you're not safe. That's after she put in 1,000 more law enforcement into the subways at each and every stop. And here we are in Midtown Manhattan, the upper east side. We have one of the richest neighborhoods in Manhattan. A guy gets shot. That wasn't supposed to be able to be happening. We were promised again by Democrats, not just the progressive mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, but Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, promised and absolutely swore that people were safe and it was all under control. And oh, by the way, she just happened to add another 1,000 officers because New York City defunded its police and reduced the number of officers that are available to protect the public. So she had to activate the National Guard. This is what progressive policies get you. More crime, less protection, you're on your own. But you will get lots and lots of promises that you're going to be okay. But you're not okay. Unless you think getting burned alive, unless you think being shot is, a part of being safe, you're not safer. We just need to admit this. We cannot fix the problem if we cannot admit what the problem is. That's what Kathy Hochul tried to do. She added 1,000 law enforcement agents. She activated the National Guard, put them into subway cars, into subway stations, and said, "You're safe. Let's not talk about this ever again." Well, you're not safe. And the news media should be reporting that there has been no reduction in the number of shootings, in the number of people who are being burned alive, the number of people who are being stabbed in the subways and in New York City in general. You have not become safer. She has failed. The Democrats who run New York, the single party rule of New York is by Democrats. You are not safer. Let's start there. They failed. Now that we have accepted they failed. Bail reform has failed. Gun control has failed. Okay, these are the things that aren't working. Defunding the police failed. Now let's do something different. Maybe do the exact opposite of what they have been doing for the last 50 years. Maybe it's time after half a century to do something different, to maybe get a different result. We can afford 2 years of trying something different, like punishing the criminals, not releasing them, punishing those criminals and keeping them in jail and denying them bail and keeping them incarcerated. Maybe that will reduce the amount of crime. Maybe that will protect people. Just maybe. Not saying it's guaranteed. Let's try that for 2 years and let's see what happens. Maybe that will make a difference. We'll have something to compare against 50 years of not doing that, and it has only gotten worse. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to my audience? Is there anyone who disagrees with that? And I'm happy to hear the disagreement. I know the progressives will say, "But Mike, you don't understand. That's racist." How is it racist? I'm going to break this down for you guys. Because, yes, this is megatons of crazy. You're right, hot chicks. Now, let's think about this. They're going to say in New York City and New York State, they're going to say, "Well, no, that's racist, Mike. You can't enforce the law because that's racist." Why is it racist? I didn't say black people were committing the crimes. I didn't say Asians were committing the crimes, or Hispanics or whites, or I didn't even say illegal aliens are committing the crimes. You can't say it's racist, because if you're saying it's racist, then you are presupposing who is the assailant. You're presupposing who is committing the crimes. That's racist. I didn't say anything. I said criminals, period, full stop. Whatever color, whatever nationality, whatever religion, or whatever the cause, I don't care. Punish the criminal. Don't reward them. Don't treat them different based on the color of skin or their gender or their political preference or their upbringing. I don't care. They're an adult. They made a choice. Punish them, period, full stop. Only the left have to have more answers than, "Well, you broke the law." But why did they break the law? I don't care. But what caused them to break the law? They made a choice. But what, there had to be something else. What were they feeling when they broke the law? I don't care. I don't care. Their feelings are immaterial to me. Their reasoning is immaterial to me. They broke the law. Period. Full stop. Done. They attacked other human beings in several of these cases as an attempt to kill them. Full stop. I don't care what their race, their religion, their feelings. I don't care. I don't care how they grew up. None of that matters because none of that caused them to actually try to kill someone. None of that did. You can be as poor as you want to be, and there are millions of poor people across the world. They don't run around just killing people just because. So that's not a reason. People get killed in every nation and of every color, of every type around the world. So your gender, your race, your ethnicity mean nothing. Those aren't factors. Let's throw that out. That is the smokescreen that Democrats and progressives use to try and hide the fact that their policies have failed. Period. Full stop. They failed. Social justice reform, bail reform, criminal justice reform have all failed. They didn't reform anything. They excused a lot. They reward the criminals, whether those criminals are illegal aliens or whether they're poor people or if they're people of color. It doesn't matter. They are excusing and rewarding crime. That's why crime continues to increase. And the best way that Democrats can get the crime numbers to go down even a little bit is to fire the police and arrest fewer people. That's how they're trying to make the numbers look better. Fewer police, fewer arrests. Oh, well, no one's getting arrested, so there must not be crime. Just because, and I use this as an example, there is a guy running around right now who shot someone on the subway. That's not an official crime. Why? He hasn't been arrested. This will not count towards the crime in New York. When you see the data that they give out around the nation and say, oh, gun crime, it's down. Oh, yeah. Because he didn't get arrested, it's not counted. This isn't gun crime. You think I'm kidding here, folks. You may think I'm kidding. Because no one was caught, no one was held accountable, this would not count in the data set that says, oh, gun crime in New York. This isn't gun crime. This doesn't count towards their numbers. So they will say gun crime is down in New York. Mind you, down from the peak of 2020, because that's when we had the BLM riots. It's down from the peak, but it's higher than the trend in a year between 2013 and 2019. That's a fact. From 2013 to 2019, gun crime, violent crime were lower in New York State and in New York City than they are today. Today is higher than the trend before we had the lockdowns. We are lower today than the peak, which is right after the lockdowns, when they were trying to burn down Brooklyn and Austin and Seattle and Minneapolis and many other cities across America. Yes, it's down from the peak, but it's higher than the trend. And it's far higher than where we were normally before we did the lockdowns. This is important. Now, people are going to say to me, but Mike, I get it, but is that really important? Yes. Because if we cannot identify the problems, if we cannot identify the failures in the solutions that have been proposed, if we do nothing but just accept and affirm every single promise that is given to us without changing the individuals who are making the promises, we don't change any of the lawmakers, they have no incentive to do their job, to find a solution. They will kick the can down the road and the situation will only get worse. It will never get better. Keeping the same people who lied to you, who failed you the first time, does not make it better for you in the future. Can we all agree on that? Whether or not you're a Republican like I am, whether you could be a conservative, you can be a liberal, you could be a progressive, a communist, I don't care. Doesn't this make sense, what I am saying? Because if you think it doesn't, then what do you think is going to stop the shooter on the subway? What do you think is going to stop the shooter in Akron? Gun control? You have 22,000 gun control laws. Didn't work. You've been seeing every single year Democrats across the country add about another 100, if not more, gun control laws at the local, state, and federal level. 100 per year, every year for 50 years. That's why we have about 22,000 of them. So tell me, that isn't working. Making another law doesn't work. So what's your next solution? Well, Democrats don't have a next solution. They don't have any other solution except punish legal gun ownership and don't talk about it. Maybe defund the police and don't talk about the consequences. Just don't talk about it. Promise people will be safe and don't talk about it. I'm sorry. I'm tired of that. I am so tired of that. But this is some of the breaking news that's been going on before the show today. And this is, we were watching the news this entire morning up until we went live. So that's the latest news that we've been seeing. And it's very upsetting to me because the news media knows better. They know they are lying. I would say they're lying. They would say they misled. They misquoted the information. They omitted certain factors that may not be important, that they are still investigating. This is still a developing story. So they didn't lie. They just are still waiting for more information. No, there are certain things that we know absolutely about this in terms of the trends, in terms of the failure of what we were promised by Kathy Hochul, what we were promised by Mayor Eric Adams, what the Democrats have promised people across America. There are things we can concretely and absolutely say. The media doesn't want to say them, and they don't want you to think about it, and they don't want you to speak about it because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. And that's their problem. They are protecting their political investment into Democrats and progressives, and they don't care what the consequence is. You should be upset about that. Pam, hello, Pam. Pam has joined us, and I'm not sure. Pam, are you new to the channel? I'm not sure if you are, but I welcome you and thank you for being part of the program if you are. And thank you for the heart and the warm thoughts. We appreciate that. So, and again, if anyone disagrees, you can always call in to 929-715-8569. If anyone thinks I've missed any information or I'm somehow missing the point, fantastic. Call in 929-715. Oh, someone is calling it. Fantastic. Hang on one second, folks. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask who's speaking?
Mike, this is John. How's it going?
Hey, John. It's good to have you. Hang on. Let me see. You sound a little bit low on my side.
Mm-hmm.
Try it again.
Let me know when you can hear me.
I can hear you fine.
Fantastic. Okay. Mike, I know you've been talking about Kathy Hochul, and she has done a ton wrong, and I couldn't agree with you more on this stance. However, in the last couple days, I think she did something right, which is probably the first time I'll ever say that and the last time I'll ever say that.
Okay.
And I want to bring that up and talk about it on the show.
Okay. So you think Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, who I was just I'm pissed off at her because she failed to protect people in the New York subway. Her National Guard gimmick didn't work. But you say she did something right. She didn't teach kids how to read or understand what a computer is, but she did something right. Okay, what is it?
I think and here's how she did it. All right, let me explain. She is literally copying Florida policy, okay, that was signed in 2023. So what she's discussed in the recent couple of days is banning smartphone usage in schools, okay? And Florida did this in 2023. Ron DeSantis signed it. The Speaker of the House of Representatives in Florida State, Renner, has gone forth and pushed forward with these bills to stop social media companies from basically using their algorithms on kids by having it be banned for children under 14, right? Kathy Hochul now wants to basically copy Ron DeSantis in Florida by banning social media usage in schools.
Okay, so
they'll have cell phones, but they can only text. That's the only kind of cell phones that would be allowed in schools. And to be honest with you, I think this is a very positive thing.
okay, let me make sure. Wait a minute, before you go further, I want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that the kids can still have the cell phone. So if parents want, have the kid have a cell phone so they can track them or reach them if there's an emergency, the kids can have the cell phone. But the cell phones will have like an app or something that will block access to, say, Instagram or to TikTok. They won't be able to get online to these things to be distracted during the school day in the school. Is that correct? Am I understanding it right?
So, from what I've read, because this is in the very early stages, but I think it's important to praise her when she does something correct. Sounds like they're not allowing smartphones into the schools. So that would be any kind of smartphone, like the iPhone or things that have those apps, but they would allow cell phones that can text.
Okay, so they're going to the older style of phone,
yes.
Which isn't everyone thinks of a cell phone today as a smartphone. They're
yes.
interchangeable, but we're thinking about what is actually just a cell phone, which is I call in, I call out, I send a text. That's it. It doesn't do anything else besides let me talk and let me read a text. That's it. So that would be okay in schools, nothing else, right?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to be honest, I think it's a great thing. So we've seen for a long time how biased social media companies are and how influential they are. Let's look at TikTok for an example, right? I don't have TikTok. I know you don't have TikTok either. But
I do. I
do
you have
really?
a TikTok now.
I did not know that.
I've even got 400 people on TikTok. I have no idea why, or it's silly, but I did get it. Okay, go on.
Okay. We've seen TikTok as insiders have come out talking about how the TikTok algorithm is banning certain creators, right? And not even just conservatives. They're now banning Israeli creators, pro-Zionist creators, pro-Israel creators. That has come out, right? And that is influencing young kids. We're seeing a lot of younger people now, because they're going on social media, they aren't seeing another side to the argument. And by proxy, they're going to be more pro-Hamas. They're going to be more Palestine, right?
Wait a minute.
Instead of giving a fair balance.
They're blocking just the Israeli side. Hamas, the terrorist organization, they're fine. They can send kids texts and messages all day long. But if you're in favor of Israel, well, then that's a problem. If you're upset that Hamas killed 34 Americans, is torturing currently 22 Americans, then that's a problem. But, supporting the terrorists, that's okay. You're kidding.
Right, and TikTok insiders have come out and they've said this publicly. This is common knowledge. This is public information, right? And so I think, to stick it to these social media companies, kids are a lot of their customer base. They need to start getting away from that, right? And not just for the information side, but because of how reliant kids are on smartphones and on computers and things. By taking that away, we are going to start undoing what happened during COVID, right? Only when we start to ban those smartphones and things like that, that's how we're going to undo what they were programmed during COVID, which is the online schooling, the not really learning, the Google everything for answers kind of way.
I find that interesting. I think it makes sense, but I don't know if that's enough to undo the problems that we've seen from the lockdown. I mean, the biggest problem, I think, is that kids, I agree with the idea that kids you don't need a cell phone, you don't need a smartphone in school. You don't need it. There's really no emergency that the kid needs these things for. And it's helped to de-socialize these kids. They don't know how to interact. We need to take that away from them. And that would prevent things that we saw during the lockdowns where kids were more ingrained into this social media. They're more attached to their social media than they are their fellow student or their neighbors. They don't know. They know how to interact socially on social media. They don't know how to deal with another human being. So my answer is just get rid of it, period.
Yep. Absolutely. And I think this would be a good first step if Kathy Hochul goes through with this like she's talked about. I think this is a positive change. Now, of course, is it her original idea? Of course not. She's just copying what Florida did in 2023. A much smarter state, if you will. She's copying the Republicans. But is it good that she's taking this policy and using it? Absolutely. If this goes through, I think it's a net positive overall. So I have to praise her for that. I really do. I think when I heard that, I thought it was a great idea. And I called in a couple shows ago, and I've complained about how kids today don't know how to use a dictionary, simple things like that. We've discussed that before. But this is a good first step to getting rid of that. Now, there has been pushback in Florida, I know, from pro-backed Silicon Valley tech company giants, organizations, to try to say this is anti-First Amendment and things like that. But I'm going to be honest, I think just the fact that social media companies have been put through the ringer about their targeting and algorithms for kids as seen in Congress, I think this would be a first step in trying to fight back against that.
Well, I think it is. And there's nothing wrong with states copying success from another state. If there's a policy that helps the public, that is good for the public, and one state is doing it, why not copy it? If one city can do something that helps the public, that protects the public, that helps improve people's lives, why not copy it? There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
When it works. The problem is we tend to see progressive states follow progressive states in failure, which is why New York and California and Illinois and Maryland tend to have the same policies, and they're all bankrupt, losing money hand over fist because they don't copy Texas or Florida or Kansas. Right. And that's been the problem. So I'm happy to see her if she actually does this. Again, she makes a lot of empty promises, but I can see this as being a positive. And again, I see no reason, maybe the audience does. Hot Chicks, matter of fact, Hot Chick says, one of the reasons why kids might need, and let me ask you this, John, one of the reasons kids might need a cell phone that has access to the internet is because of weather. I disagree. Now, this is a suggestion coming from the chat, and chat says, okay, well, what about weather conditions? You know, kids need that, so no, they don't. If there's a weather, now this is my answer, then you can tell me what you think, John. If there's a weather, so say there's a snowstorm, a tornado, lightning storm, I don't care what the weather condition may be, flash flooding, the school is going to be notified. There are teachers in that school. They're going to get notification so they can take care of the kids. They can make the appropriate actions, which would be, okay, we've got to evacuate the kids, get them somewhere safe. Fantastic. The parents, the kids don't need the internet for this. Now, again, I didn't say the kids don't need a cell phone. They could have a cell phone. Their parents could call them once those kids get to that safe area to be evacuated because there's a tornado, as an example, and the kids get to the safe zone, and then they call their parents and talk to their parents on the phone. They don't need the internet. The teachers do. The students don't. Does that make sense, or do you think I'm missing the point?
No, absolutely. I think you're right on the mark. I mean, this happened, but I was the last generation without cell phones really in school up until when I was in high school, right? I'm kind of the last generation before. And the argument I've always heard for cell phones in school, smartphones in school is, well, what if the parent needs to get in contact with the kid? And I've always said this because this is what always happened when I need to get in contact with my parents or anything. call the main office of the school. They can call the main office and call the kid down. You don't need to have the cell phone right there in the kid's hands. You can get to them through the school.
Yeah.
Just as fast.
Well,
I think...
No, go ahead.
No, I think that's one of the primary arguments I've heard. But overall, if Kathy Hochul, like I said, if she implements this policy, and it worked great in Florida, school districts are super happy in Florida with this policy. And this came about, and I started thinking about this really, when I watched a video of a teacher talking about after teaching for, 10 years, they quit recently, and they were explaining it's because of the cell phone use in class. Kids stopped caring about their grades. They didn't feel like they needed school, and they were just constantly on their cell phone, not learning, not paying attention. And they've said, why am I putting in the effort if the kids aren't? Well, I think getting rid of that distraction and getting rid of that is going to bring more and more teachers, because there's a teacher shortage in the United States. Yeah. It's going to bring back some teachers. And looking at how positive it's affected Florida schools, I think it's a win-win.
Well, see,
and I think...
Let me jump in with this. I don't think we have never needed this. I know some people will say that there's a lot of reasons. Well, we need that. It's technology. They need to be able to find these things. It's not like kids have never gone to school without cell phones or the internet. In fact, most generations up until about the last 20 years, everyone went to school and didn't have cell phones or the internet and were perfectly fine. Weather happened. We had tornadoes. We had floods. We had earthquakes. We had everything happen just like they continue to happen. We didn't need the cell phones. We didn't need to have the internet, especially the internet connection. That's the biggest thing. There's a separation. Phone doesn't require internet. They're two separate things, which I think some of the people in chat aren't necessarily getting. You don't need the internet, but you also, as a kid, don't need the cell phone, to be honest. You don't when you're in school. You don't need it because we've had hundreds of years without it. So you can't tell me it's essential. No, it's not. I mean, maybe I'm, I'm old. I get it. But I don't think that much has changed. Am I wrong?
No, absolutely not. And look, the internet can absolutely be a positive tool. But what social media companies are doing and what the algorithms are pushing and the way they work now, honestly, I completely think Florida made the right move. And Florida obviously went a step farther, right? They went, 14 to 15-year-old, 14 and under, I believe it was, not allowed to have social media. 15 through 16, you have to get parents' permission to create a social media. So they went a step farther, right? But honestly, I think this is a good step in the right direction for New York State. And other states are considering it too, but Kathy Hochul has made known in the last 2 days that this is something she really wants to focus on. And when I heard that, I thought, great. This is a good thing. This is probably the only time I'll say that she's done something positive or is pushing for something positive, to be honest. But, hey, I got to give credit where credit is due. I think sometimes it's very easy to look and say everything she's doing is bad because, let's be honest, 99% of it is bad. But when she does that one good thing, I think it's important to also call it out.
No, politicians deserve to be held accountable when they do it right and when they do it wrong. The sad thing is they more often than not are doing things wrong. We know that because of the consequences, and we can see that. But when they do something right, there's nothing, give them the praise. I've never said, I don't think Kathy Hochul is evil. And I think the left, the progressives, tend to think because we hold, at least I hold them accountable on this channel, and I will call them out, that I think they're evil. No, I just think they're wrong. I think they have failed. There's a difference. That doesn't mean evil. It just means you're bad at your job, and we need to replace you. That's what I think it means. That's what it does mean. It has nothing to do with good or bad, evil or not. I think that's the worst way to represent that. And it's very common. We all do that to a certain extent. That, I don't like this politician. They're bad, which means they're evil. No, that just means they're bad at their job. So I should make that clear that even though I find, as an example, I was talking about her failure in the subway, that's not because she's evil. I think she's just horrible at her job.
Yes.
But even a broken clock is right twice a day. I know that's digital. You kids don't know.
And here's another thing, and I brought this up a little bit too, Mike, earlier on. I think this is going to have the unintended consequence of pushing back against the far left programming that's coming out of social media nowadays. We know, and it's been proven through Project Veritas and different leakers and things like that, these social media companies have a left-wing bias, and they're pushing left-wing information. And if a lot of kids are going to see that, obviously, so by getting rid of it in schools, it's going to stop being pushed so much, and maybe, just maybe, we can start to get a little bit more of objective thinking and objective facts. Now, of course, New York has to change its curriculum, but it's a start so they can stop getting fed the propaganda that Silicon Valley wants to push on them too. Well, unintendedly.
That goes into a whole other thing about indoctrination. We've turned schools into indoctrination. We've turned a lot of the social media access points into indoctrination. That's a whole other subject, which we have covered on this channel many times, but beyond the scope of what we're talking about right now. But I get you.
Absolutely. But, well, thank you for letting me call in, Mike. I know I talked to you a little bit before, said I wanted to call in and say something Kathy Hochul has actually done right, and I think it's positive. But I appreciate you letting me call in and talk about this issue, especially after she completely botched the subway system and all of New York City with her bail reform policies. Absolutely destroyed our police force in New York. But hopefully this leads to a change in our schools and against the social media companies in that direction. And hopefully, if we get a Republican governor ever again, we'll start to see them continue these policies that Florida has put in place.
Well, that would be, that's a nice fantasy.
I've always been
but that's not going to happen.
Dreamer, yes. Thanks for letting me call in, Mike.
Yeah, no problem. I'm happy that you called in. Thank you for taking the time. All right, folks. So as you can see, we do get calls. I wasn't kidding. When you see that little image, by the way, when you see that little image on the screen, that means that we have a caller and that they're called into the program. So I'm not kidding when I say you can call in at any time to 929-715-8569. I'm always happy to hear your voices, whether you agree or disagree. And I know Hot Chicks disagreed with me a little bit. That's fantastic. That's okay. I don't mind disagreement. How do we fix anything if we don't talk it through? Look at the problems. Look at the good and the bad of a solution. Is this the perfect answer that Kathy Hochul has now promised us? That, okay, limit the kids' access to social media? No, maybe it's not the perfect answer, but because I think the perfect answer is you don't need a phone. But maybe I'm wrong. That's okay. We can have that conversation, make the compromise, and make the decision. It's about making sure we, the public, are informed so we can have this conversation. If it's working in Florida, and it is, then why not try it in New York? If it's working in Florida, it will probably work in New York, which means it can work in California, which means it will work across this country. Why don't we do this? If it is good and benefits the kids, helps the kids to actually study, to do better in their schooling, to be able to be better informed, to critically think, that's good for America. Why don't we do this? Let's have that discussion so we can implement this in the best way possible so that we can go forward and our kids will have better lives. I can't see a reason why we shouldn't have that conversation. I always will be happy to do that. But Kathy Hochul, yeah, but that doesn't mean I would vote for Kathy Hochul. I wouldn't, because she's too much of a failure. But again, I know it's analog, but a broken clock is right twice a day. And that's kind of like Kathy Hochul. But fair enough. And I'm happy that John brought that up. Because a lot of people probably haven't seen the news on that. And in fact, I hadn't seen the news about Kathy Hochul doing that. Because obviously the news media doesn't want to admit that Florida, with Ron DeSantis, did something right. They're still in the middle of trying to demonize him because he's a Republican and because Florida is more right-leaning than New York. So they don't give a lot of publicity to the fact that one of their policies worked well enough that here in New York State, they want to do the same thing because it will help the kids. They don't want to give credit to the Republicans, to conservatives, to anyone who is right of center. No. It has to be a leftist idea, which is why it's Kathy Hochul's idea, even though she's copying the idea from what happened in Florida. That just tells you something about it. John goes on, and I know there were several comments from Hot Chicks who was talking about some of the aspects, and I brought that up, and that's fine. John goes on to say, I wouldn't vote for Kathy Hochul either, but at least she's putting forth something good for once in her life. And you know what? Again, we give credit where it is due. We will acknowledge that, we will acknowledge when a politician does something right or wrong, whether they're on a Republican, a Democrat, a socialist, or anything else. We will call that out properly. So I have no problem. So I thank you again, John, for bringing that up to our attention. Let me go on to, let's talk a little bit about what's happening internationally, because I think it's very important. I think it's critical to what's going to be happening in our future. When we mess up on the international scale, because the United States is de facto, we are the leaders of the world, both because we are a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Please stop saying it's a democracy. We're not. They're not. When the Democrats keep saying, we need to save democracy, that's not America. You're talking about some other country. We're a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. Not even close. There's no way you can define what America is as a democracy. It's not. We're a constitutional republic for very good reason, because a democracy is mob rule, and mobs don't think. That's why we're a constitutional republic, in the most simplest terms. But that's me going on a tangent. Let me come back to, so when we screw up internationally, it always has an impact on us here in the United States and the rest of the world. When we have weak leaders, when we have weak presidents, the world suffers. We saw that under Obama. We see that now under Biden. Weak leaders lead to worse problems. Think about it. We have more wars now than we did under Trump. He started no new wars. Biden has started, 3? We had less global instability under Trump than versus Biden or Obama. And we have more instability. That's a problem. These things are affecting everyone, and it affects our money and our food. And I will go into how the instability that's happening right now is going to affect you in your pocket, because we have just gotten news that the inflation and the level of inflation we are living through right now is going to continue into the middle of 2025 at the minimum. At the minimum, we are going to see inflation continue at this level or higher, and I would tell you that it's going to be higher going into 2025. No one else is going to be putting that in front of you. I'm about to show you, because there are things that are happening internationally that are going to affect the U.S. economy, that are going to affect your pocket, your job, your business, everything you buy. It's about to affect you. And we will be going through that in just a moment. So, right now, the White House, for the last couple of days now, for about 2 days now, they have been trying to push this idea of a Middle East peace proposal. which you see on the screen right now. This is from their Twitter account. And they have a 3-phase proposal. The first thing that we need to identify about this from the White House, this is the same thing they have been saying since before the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas. There is nothing new in what is being offered other than ceasefire. Take out the ceasefire, and everything that is being suggested by the Biden administration was suggested by the Obama administration, which has been suggested by every Democrat for like forever. This is essentially the 2-state solution. That's all this is. He can say it's phase 1 and 3. There's a 3-phase system. It is essentially one thing and one thing all. It is a 2-state solution. It gives Palestine, and more importantly, Hamas, the terrorist government of Gaza, nationhood. That's it. That's what he is offering. Make Hamas the leaders of a nation. This will be the second terrorist organization in charge of a country, Afghanistan being the first. That's the Taliban, and that was because of Joe Biden. And now he's trying to do it again with Gaza, turning it into a nation for Hamas, another terrorist organization recognized internationally. I think this is stupid. First of all, if there is to be a ceasefire, the only way there can be a ceasefire is Hamas give us our hostages. There are hostages from 54 different countries, over 154 individuals. We hope they were all alive. We know they're not all alive. We know that it could be as many as 40 more individuals than the 7 that we are aware of right now died in captivity under the torture and sexual abuse of Hamas. So we need all of the people, alive and dead, their bodies. We need all of them released. And it has been said almost consistent since November of 2023. If Hamas gives back the hostages, they will get a ceasefire. Everyone has agreed on that. No one has not agreed to that. The only people who have not agreed to that, Iran and Hamas. That's it. Everyone else, every nation in the world has said, you want a ceasefire, give the hostages back. Period. Full stop. That's it. Give back the hostages. I want the 22 Americans back. If they're dead or alive, I want them back. Britain wants its 9 hostages. They want them back. Israel wants its roughly 120, something like that, hostages. They want them back. Give back the hostages. You will get a ceasefire the same day. Done. It's that simple. There is nothing more complicated than that. It is that absolutely simple. And the Biden administration misses that. They want to reward Hamas for being terrorists. And I say that's stupid. They want to give Hamas, a terrorist organization, nationhood, which would give it, besides respect, it would enable it to be able to get more funding, more money globally than they are getting right now, which they would spend, and Hamas has been very clear about this, the money they get, they are spending it on buying rockets and weapons to genocide Israel. This is not a 2-state solution. You do not create peace when someone is trying to genocide the other, and it's not Israel. As much as you hear Harvard, you hear Columbia try and suggest and try to convince you that Israel is trying to genocide the people of Palestine, if they wanted to do that, they've had 70 years to do it. They would have done it already. It's not that big a spot. The United States could wipe out all of Gaza in less than a week. It would take maybe a week, maybe a little bit more, if Israel really wanted to wipe it out. If anyone wanted to genocide the Palestinian people, it would have already happened decades ago. And in fact, the data says that under the Israeli government, the Palestinian people have increased by 500%. That's not a genocide. Your population growing by 500% is not genocide. It's the exact opposite. That's a baby boom. So the only people who are trying to commit a genocide and have put it in writing, who have said it publicly and have justified terrorist acts because of it is Hamas. And what Joe Biden is doing here is justifying terrorism. He's justifying genocide. I'm sorry, I don't think they need a second state. And his process here, this three-phase proposal, doesn't work. But putting all of that aside, whether you agree with me or not, it's not America's job. Joe Biden shouldn't be negotiating. He shouldn't be offering. This is not his peace deal. That's Israel. That's Hamas. Maybe Israel, Iran, if you want to be honest. It's a conversation between Israel and Iran. It's not an American issue. It's not for us. The UN has no voice in this. Israel has to defend Israel. Iran is trying to promote Hamas. That's it. Those are the agents involved. Really, no one else should be in there. If anything, the United States should be there saying, if Iran doesn't shut up, we're going to be involved. We need to keep, the United States is to keep Iran out. That's to balance the outside forces. And it should be a conversation between the Palestinian people and Israel. That's it. That should be the conversation. Joe Biden is getting in the middle of, and he's not qualified to get in the middle of this. Look at how he has failed in the Ukraine. Look at how he has failed in Southeast Asia. Look at how he is failing in the United States. Name a policy that Joe Biden and the Biden-Harris administration have done in 4 years that has been a positive, that has been successful. I can tell you there isn't one. If there was anything that they had done that was successful, that was positive, you would see it in commercials right now, because Joe Biden's at 35% approval rating. He is losing in 90% of all the polls that have been done for the last 2 years for the 2024 election. He's been losing. If he had anything that was positive, you would see it in a commercial right now. He would be telling everyone and reminding everyone in America, I did this right. This has been working. The closest he can get to is Bidenomics. And that has failed. Bidenomics has us in a recession. We are in a recession. Inflation is up over 18% since the day that Joe Biden got in office. So he's got nothing. So why do we want him making international policy? He created a terrorist nation under the Taliban. He abandoned 70,000 Americans in Afghanistan, Ukraine, Sudan, and Haiti. 300, that's what, 700 miles away from the United States. It's a 3-hour plane flight away from the United States, and Americans are dying in Haiti right now, and Joe Biden just doesn't want to talk about it. So why would we, if he can't get Americans out of Haiti, 40,000 Americans, he can't even get 1% of those people out of Haiti, why should we listen to him offer any advice about international policy? He is a failure. Does that make sense, folks? If anyone disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear it. Again, you can call in, you can leave me a super chat, you can just type it out. I'm happy to hear the comment, but I don't think I'm wrong. I think I'm absolutely correct in this, but I think it's worth mentioning. And to give you an idea of how badly he has screwed up, remember the Houthi terrorists? These are the people that Joe Biden, day one, as soon as he got in office in 2021, January 2021, he started giving the Houthi terrorists international aid. He said, nope, we're not going to call them terrorists anymore. They're going to be called rebels. From now on, under the Biden administration, they went from being terrorists to rebels, and he gave them money, hundreds of millions of dollars of international aid. In other words, taxpayer money. He helped increase the amount of inflation in America. He made poor people poorer to help the Houthi terrorists. And they used the money to buy rockets. And they are now giving those rockets back to the American government. Now, most recently, in the last 2 days, and yesterday I heard this on Twitter. A lot of people were asking me, Mike, I just heard the Houthis say that they attacked the United States, the aircraft carrier Eisenhower, the USS Eisenhower was attacked, and the Houthis, they killed 16 Americans on there. That's what they're saying. They said they struck the American aircraft carrier and they killed 16 Americans, and this is them fighting against Joe Biden, and they think they're winning. I saw that on Twitter. I've seen this comment in social media. It was running around last night, I think in the last day and a half. Let me debunk that for you. That's a lie. It's not true. The Houthi terrorists did not attack a U.S. aircraft carrier. They did attack a Greek freighter that was carrying grain going to Iran. They hurt Iran. That's true. And I feel so bad for Iran. I really don't. But that they attacked a tanker, but they did not hit the American carrier. See, a lot of people may have forgotten this, but we covered this. The USS Eisenhower, the entire air carrier group, strike group, were in the Red Sea, and they were trying to protect ships from the Houthi terrorists and the money that they got from Joe Biden. But Biden, when he made the decision that he was going to build the pier in Gaza, and we're going to get to the pier in 1 second, but when he said, we got to build a pier in Gaza, he took the USS Eisenhower, and he sent it into the Mediterranean. Thousands of miles away from from the Red Sea and from Yemen. He sent it thousands of miles away. The Yemeni terrorists couldn't reach it. This we knew this is from April 26. April 26, we knew that the USS Eisenhower was in the Mediterranean. And then we've gotten even further confirmation. And we see that this is from Business Insider. There have been many of these organizations that have confirmed this, that we know it was just the most recent answer is that the USS Eisenhower was in Greece, in the Mediterranean, getting refueled and repaired. This is before the Houthis. That's where they are right now. They're in the Mediterranean. They were just in Greece. So, no, the Houthis are lying to you. This is what happens when you rely on terrorists to tell you something. When you are listening to nothing but the terrorists, if all the news you're getting is just from the terrorists, then you're going to believe that they did something that is a lie. They didn't do it. They never. Besides the fact that it's laughable to think that they could even do it, that they had a rocket that could reach one of our aircraft carriers is laughable. Considering the firepower and the defensive firepower that goes around every aircraft carrier, yeah, that would be laughable. That's like, you have better odds of winning the lottery. But the fact is, they're lying to you. But terrorists lie to you. That's the Taliban lied to you. The Hamas lied to you. The Houthis, terrorists, the Hezbollah, Iran, they lie a lot. Don't take them at their face value. Look into the information so that when they tell you, we struck an American aircraft carrier, just takes 5 minutes to double check and go, but wait a minute, that American aircraft carrier, that was in the Mediterranean. It's been in the Mediterranean. It was building the pier in the Mediterranean. My computer is slowing down and acting up. Bear with me. So we know they're lying. We know they are liars. But then again, they're terrorists. We know terrorists lie. But I wanted to assuage some of the fears that I know many of the people who are watching the show are veterans, have members of family members and friends that are in service in the United States, whether it's the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, or the Army, that we all know someone who's in service right now might be in harm's way. I want you to be assured, no, the terrorists, the Houthi terrorists, no matter how much money they have gotten from the Biden-Harris administration over the last 4 years, the rockets that they are using, the weapons that they have, the drones that they are using, have not killed Americans on the Eisenhower. Not that they haven't killed Americans, they have. But they have not killed any Americans on the Eisenhower or in the Eisenhower aircraft carrier group. That has not happened. So I want you to be assured of that. And, of course, I wanted to show you the evidence proving that. So that's something that I think is important. But again, it's the Biden administration that put us in this situation. It's the Biden administration and his failure to understand policy and the consequences of his policies that put us in this situation. If he did not change the status of the Houthi terrorists to rebels, if he did not give international aid to the terrorists, then we wouldn't be in this situation right now. We wouldn't have this problem right now. It is because of the Biden administration that we have this problem. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. This is from Rafah. What you're seeing on the screen, this is what the terrorists do. Do you see the bags? This is very important. Look at the bags. They're putting together rockets. They're going to attack civilians. These are the Hamas. These are those terrorists, Hezbollah and Hamas. Look at the bags. Look at these bags. That's humanitarian aid. That's that food that Joe Biden has been so desperate. He built a pier to get this food over to them. This is the same thing that happened with the Houthi terrorists. This has happened with Hezbollah. This is happening with Hamas. We have seen this consistently because the Biden administration doesn't think about it. He thought he had a good headline. I gave food to Hamas. Well, Hamas is using your food so they can have an improvised launching platform for their rockets to attack civilians. You haven't helped anyone. And it tells you who is getting the food. The terrorists are. Yes, they may not always use the food they steal, the humanitarian aid they steal. They don't use it necessarily all just so they can fire off rockets, but sometimes that's what they do. The bigger thing is, it shows you Hamas is taking the food from the people. This is food that's supposed to be with the UN. This is food that's supposed to be distributed to the people to feed them. Remember, you hear all these the Democratic Socialists of America, all these college students, they're screaming and crying about, well, the people need to be fed. Well, this is what Hamas is doing. They're not feeding the people. They are using this for their military actions. And this is the evidence of that. Whenever you hear someone, a college student, tell you, oh, but you just don't understand, here's evidence of it. They take the humanitarian aid from the people, they give it to the military, and the military uses it to feed their soldiers and to continue to fight, to try to genocide Israel. You're not funding humanitarian aid. As much as these colleges, Columbia University, they want to have all their protests, they want you to think, but it's about humanitarian aid. We're going to make it. No, you're not. You're helping terrorism. That's all they're doing. They're supporting terrorism. It's just the honest truth. But no one wants to be honest and true anymore. They want to push a narrative. They want to push a political agenda to make you think, to feel like, oh, you're helping. That humanitarian aid, that money you just donated, that protest you just joined in, you're helping the people of Palestine. No, you're not. That's a lie. And this is the proof. This is the proof that Hamas is taking your humanitarian aid and they're giving it to their military. And their military is using it to feed their soldiers and to try and kill innocent civilians. Now that you've seen this, now that you can show this to your leftist, progressive friends, when the news media is confronted with these facts, what will they say? What will they say then? Oh, no, that's just not real. Yes, it is. Well, that doesn't happen all the time. Does it have to happen all the time? Does it have to happen every single time? It's happening enough. It's happened at least once. Doesn't that matter? It should. It truly should. But they don't want you to think about it. See, that's the thing. You're not supposed to think about it. No one is supposed to show you the truth. You're only supposed to feel what you have been told to feel. You're only supposed to think about what you have been told to think about. You're not supposed to look for yourself and find the information that is out internationally. The evidence does exist. You're only supposed to believe. When the Houthi say they attacked the USS Eisenhower, you're supposed to say, oh my God, the Houthis are such badasses. No, they're not. They're lying to you. When you hear Hamas say 33,000 people have been killed, no, 15,000 of them are Hamas fighters. They also happen to be Palestinian. Yes, it's 15,000 of those 33,000 at least are Hamas soldiers. And it's not 33,000 in the first place. The number's closer to 23,000 at the most. But again, where are you getting your number from? Oh, that's Hamas's number. 33,000, that's Hamas's number. Oh, they have 0 soldiers and just people. No, that's a lie. And Hamas knows it. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to ask the question. Gee, how many soldiers or Hamas soldiers have been killed? How many of them have been caught in the crossfire? Oh, 0? Every single person has been a civilian, and none of the Hamas fighters that we know have been in firefights, have been killed. We know this, but the number is 0. Hamas doesn't count that. Oh, okay, so yeah, they're lying to your face, and they expect you not to ask a question. It's amazing to hear the arguments from the left, the Democratic Socialists of America, Harvard students, Columbia students, Binghamton University, UCLA, to listen to the leftists, the Squad, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Jamal Bowman, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. When you listen to them, and if anyone ever gives them a serious question, a question that isn't some softball puff piece, but actually asks them about the consequences of their policies and the reality that is internationally confirmed, they suddenly shut the hell up and they walk away. They're afraid to answer. They don't want to confront the truth. And that should say something to you. Should say a lot. Okay. Let me move forward a little bit here. I'm very upset about this. Because, and I'm going to get to the Gaza pier. I want to come back to that. Because that's going to lead us to Trump. That's going to lead us to everything else. But I want to get back to the, I want to take a step back. 2 things. One, everyone has forgotten about Southeast Asia, which is going to be the 3rd regional war that we are going to see. It is heating up over there. It's not just China versus the Philippines, which we have talked about on this channel, but it's also North Korea, which we have mentioned several times. And North Korea has been very active in trying to make sure that they are staying relevant. Most recently, and when I say most recently, this week, they fired off a ballistic missile, and then they fired off 18 ballistic missiles, short-range ballistic missiles. 18 to threaten North Korea, to threaten Taiwan, to threaten Japan. 18 missiles were fired. This is under the Biden administration. just to make a point. They're called 600 millimeter super large multiple rocket launchers, also considered short range ballistic missiles. 18. They are becoming more and more ready for war. They are militarizing. These 18 missiles can reach 220, or at least they did reach 227 miles. They are known as KN-25s. This is dangerous. This is the militarization of Southeast Asia. We know this. We see this. This is why Japan is building its first army since 1945. We need to have a conversation about how we are going to address this. This is the reason why South Korea has become the 4th largest weapons manufacturer in the world. Southeast Asia is militarizing. It's why the Philippines is in conflict with China as we speak. And we know China has guaranteed, both in writing and in verbal statements around the world for years now, that they are going to go into the Taiwan by force to take that country over. What are we going to do? Perhaps that's the question I should ask the most. What happens and what is the policy of the Biden-Harris administration? Can anyone tell? Does anyone know what the Biden-Harris administration's policy is about Southeast Asia? If North Korea attacks South Korea, what would Joe Biden do? If China goes into Taiwan tomorrow, what would Joe Biden do? If China starts to attack, or North Korea starts to attack Japan, as they seem to be getting ready to do, what would Joe Biden do? If China finishes, they've been walking right up to the line of active warfare and conflict, armed conflict with the Philippines. What happens when they cross that line? What will Joe Biden do? See, I asked that series of questions, because if you are honest, I don't care if you're a Republican or conservative, I don't care if you're a progressive or socialist, there is no one in America that can answer that question. Nobody knows what Joe Biden would do, because Joe Biden doesn't have an international policy. He doesn't have a Southeast Asia policy. He doesn't have a China policy or a North Korea policy. He has no policy whatsoever. He has whatever it takes to win the next election. That's the policy he has been enacting for up to today, 4 years now. That's what he has been doing. Whatever will get him the best poll numbers. But he has no policy. No one in the world can tell you with a straight face and honestly tell you this is what Joe Biden would do in that scenario. They have no idea. There is no evidence, no trail of conversations or speeches or policy that we can point to and say, well, based on this, he will do that. There is none. I've been following this for, 18 years. But in terms of the Biden administration, I've been following it for the 4 years. I'm looking for this. My complaint has been from the very beginning, literally the first day of the Biden administration, when he doubled the number of U.S. troops fighting in the Syrian civil war, which makes no sense to me. We had no reason to be there. But he doubled the number of Americans fighting in the Syrian civil war on his first day in office. From that day forward, I have been trying to figure out the Biden administration's foreign policy. He doesn't have one. He has whatever looks good in the polls at that moment. And part of that meant that he gave up Afghanistan, even though there were 5,000 Americans that he left behind, even though he left behind billions of dollars of weapons and money and ammunition, even though he helped create the first terrorist-run nation with the Taliban and put them in charge. And women have suffered. Americans have suffered. He doesn't care. He just stopped talking about it. His policies with the Ukraine have completely failed. There is no rhyme or reason to what he has done or what he might do next. We just know he's not going to walk away. But what is he doing? We don't know. We know Ukraine is losing, but we don't know what Biden's doing or what he might do next. We see what's happening right now. He's busy trying. He built a pier for Hamas, a terrorist organization that killed 34 Americans, has been torturing for 8 months 22 Americans, torturing them, sexually abusing them. The UN told you that in December of 2023. We've been saying that since October of 2023 because we knew what Hamas was about. We've seen this before. And the UN confirmed it. Joe Biden doesn't want to talk about it because you might not vote Democrat. The news media doesn't want to cover that part, not in the United States. Around the world they are, whether it's the United Kingdom or it's Deutsche Welle out of Germany, whether it's the Hindustan Times, international news media is talking about this, but not in the United States. In the United States, we can't talk about that because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. And Joe Biden might not win, and he needs all the help he can get. And we'll get to that in a moment, but he needs all the help he can get, so they won't talk about this. But it's still happening. Okay, so I did see a couple of comments here. Happy Life. I see that you've joined us. Thank you for that. So catching up to some of the comments, Grace has joined us as well. Grace says, social media is crap, but it's still better than the indoctrination of teachers. I find the indoctrination, going back to our caller, John, who's talking about raising the question, in part, do kids need to have access to the internet when they're in school? And that was part of the phone call we received earlier. And Grace is saying, well, the internet's better than the indoctrination from our teachers, where we have purple-haired teachers trying to teach kids intersectionality. And we see that from the libs of TikTok and other sources on a regular basis. I don't know. I don't know that it is better. Again, I don't want kids to be indoctrinated by teachers, nor do I want the kids to be on social media when they're in school. They have enough distractions in their life. They don't need that added onto it. I think the easier answer is just no. No indoctrination and no social media, no internet while you're in school. It's just that simple. You just don't need it. But Grace, I respect that you're trying to make the compromise there, and that's fine. Happy Life has joined us as well, and Happy Life says, will Trump get jail time? That is the full discussion in the second half. When we're talking about domestic issues here in the United States, we will be talking about the odds of Donald Trump whether he's going to go to jail or not, and we will give you our prediction about Donald Trump, whether he will go to jail or not, in the second half of the show when we talk about domestic issues in the United States. So I will give you that answer, Happy Life. Not yet. I'm not going to give it away. When we come back we'll have the break. We will talk about it, and I will go into detail what I think the odds are and why I think what's going to happen to Donald Trump is going to happen. I will give you the evidence so that you can see where I get the conclusion I get. And I'll give you the evidence so you can decide for yourself. We will get there. Dow says, I disagree with John on the stance of government determining usage for services of children. They want to run honest education programs for parents to make that determination using public money. So Dow is saying he wants to have the government involved. He wants to have the government make the decision on whether or not kids can have access to the internet. I think we need a blanket policy. And I don't think there's an argument. I truly don't believe there's an argument any parent can give me or can make that really justifies why a kid needs access to Facebook or to Twitter or to Instagram. Why do they need access to that? Or Snapchat? Why do they need access to any of that when they're in school? There's nothing they need there. I understand the argument about weather, but we've had weather and kids in schools long before there was ever an internet, long before there were ever cell phones, and we went to school and it was okay. It wasn't a big deal. We've gone to school for hundreds of years without cell phones, without an internet. Why do kids need it today? They don't. That's the ultimate answer. They don't. Kids can go to school and learn without the internet. They can. We all did. It's very successful. I mean, we were able, without the internet, without cell phones, we were able to teach kids math. 2 + 2 = 4, and we were able to get an astronaut onto the moon. It seems to me the math works. The system works. You don't need the internet. You don't need social media. You just don't need it. We already know. The old way, it works, and it's really damn good. We don't need the new system. We don't need the new think out there. But that's me talking about that. But moving on and continuing, I truly believe we have to start paying attention to what's happening overseas. This is a massive issue. The next president, I don't care who you want to vote for, and you can vote for anyone you think is the best, but I want you to understand with clarity what is at risk here. I want you to understand that as clearly as we can, that the next person who is in charge is going to be looking at 18 missiles. You're talking about well over almost 200 missiles and rockets and ICBMs being fired by North Korea at South Korea and Japan, who we have contracts, we have treaties guaranteeing that the United States will step in to protect them. We have to. It's not even a question of do we want to, we have to. And if we don't, it will affect the United States negatively. So I want to make sure we understand that. We have to understand that by funding terrorist organizations, by trying to appease the progressive left and renaming terrorists as if they're rebels, and saying, oh, the Houthis, well, they're just rebels. They're not terrorists. They're rebels. We are only creating more problems for ourselves down the line. And having to deal with, Hamas and groups that are killing Americans, this is all happening to the next president. They need to be able to deal with this. You need to be voting on this. And Biden doesn't have a solution for any of this. There is no one who can point to something. Yeah, he's got the two-state solution, which isn't new. It's a old Democrat policy that doesn't make sense, which is why no one has ever done it. And it doesn't work in this situation, because the first step is give us the hostages. Full stop. Then we have a conversation after that. That's it. Phase 1. Give us the hostages. Full stop. Done. Stage 2 is then we talk. Stage 1, give us the hostages, alive or dead. Period. Full stop. No guarantee that the United States won't retaliate against Hamas for killing Americans, both the 34 civilians they killed in the initial terrorist attack on October 7th, and no guarantee that we won't kill them or retaliate against Hamas for the Americans that were taken hostage, that they have tortured to death, that they have sexually abused to death. There is no guarantee we will not respond about that. Give us those Americans, alive or dead, and then we can have a conversation about if we will give them any humanitarian aid, and if we will or will not react to the murder of all these Americans. This is what we should be saying around the world. It's not what the Biden administration is saying around the world. Let me go back to some of the comments here. I still need to talk about how what's happening on the foreign policy from the Biden administration is going to increase, at least keep the same or increase, and I believe it's going to increase the amount of inflation you are going to have to pay and live with through 2025. That's right, until 2026. What the Biden administration has done so far is going to inflate and have at least the same, if not more inflation on you until 2026. I'll explain that in 1 second. But we do have a comment that came in from Mike Bowie. We also have Lynn. Hello, Lynn. Lynn's with us. Hello, Mike. Also good. So Lynn says she agrees about the social media question and that there's no need for the social media for students in school. Just to disconnect it. Dow says he doesn't agree that government regulation is the way to go with students and that parents need to be involved. Okay. Mike Bowie has said, I agree with Dow. We have enough government. We have too much government involved in too much of our lives, micromanaging our lives. No decent teacher would allow smartphones in their classrooms as is. Well, kind of, sort of. They don't really get the choices anymore. Teachers don't have the power to really take that anymore. I wish they did. Obviously, everybody wants to talk about schools and education in terms of cell phones. I didn't know it was that popular. I honestly didn't know that was going to be so popular. John, you got it right. You found the more popular. I'm really pissed off about what's happening internationally as well as domestically, but I didn't know. Everyone's very concerned about schools, whether or not kids get to have internet. You know what? It's a good conversation. We need this conversation. Obviously, it's a bigger conversation than I thought. And I follow politics regularly. I mean, this is what I do for you guys. I do it every week. I've been doing it for 18 years. And if I haven't realized that this is such a big issue, that so many people have an opinion about it, I guarantee you Hochul and the Democrats in New York State and many of the politicians across this country, they don't know it either. They're watching this program right now, and many politicians do, them and their staff do watch this show. And many of them are finding out for the first time that there are such passionate views about whether or not kids need access to the internet. So, in the comments, have at it. If you're in chat right now, put in your thoughts. If you're watching this after the live stream, put your comments in the chat. Add your voice in the comments. Politicians are paying attention. Their staff are watching this show. I know of several who do, members of Congress, members of counties in New York State, that do follow this on a regular basis, whose staff follow what we cover on a regular basis. Put your voice in, be heard, because they are paying attention. Okay. Lynn goes on to say that homeschool or religious school, it is sad to see how schools conduct themselves. They have definitely gone downhill. Public school has a big change, especially when we start talking about transgender bathrooms and transgender policies, which I agree with. It is all confusing, and it confuses the kids, and we're confusing them in their formative years, which means we get nothing but confused adults. You're right, Lynn. That's what we're getting. But that's what they want. Because if you are confused, well, you will lean on and seek out an authority figure. So that authority figure can help you understand what you should be doing, or what are your options, what are your choices. And Democrats want to be that authority figure. They want to be the source that all these confused children will point to, that they're going to go to and listen to. That's why they have been indoctrinating them the way they do. They want them confused, and they want them malleable and to believe whatever the Democrats are saying, the progressives are saying, so that they will follow them without question. That's why they don't want students to be critical thinking. That's why they don't want anyone asking questions or actually delving into the issues on the internet. It's why they want kids to be involved in Instagram, and they're only upset with TikTok because it's Chinese. If TikTok was owned by Facebook or it was owned by Google, they wouldn't care, because they haven't cared. They haven't cared about what Twitter or X have done. They didn't care about YouTube. They don't care about Facebook. They don't care unless it's someone else stealing their thunder. Democrats got upset when TikTok, owned by China, was saying something different than what they were saying, and it might affect their power. Then they got upset. Same thing with the Republicans. I'm fed up with all of them about that. But that's me. That's me being fed up. All right. On this program, from time to time, we have been, many people may not be aware. I used to be a stockbroker. I was doing that for about 10 years. I was a good stockbroker. Never got sued. Never got sued. Most 90% of the industry gets sued within the first 3 years. I have never been sued as a stockbroker. So, not the best stockbroker in the universe. Let me be clear about that. I'm not brilliant beyond belief. I'm not saying that I was better than everyone that ever existed. No, I was good. I was a good stockbroker, and I never got sued. And most brokers cannot say that. Not every lawsuit that brokers go through is because they're bad, but a lot of them are. Fair enough. So I do follow politics. I do follow finances and economies, and I do understand the language of finance to a better extent than the average person. And I do follow how these things have an impact. And because of that, from time to time on the channel, you will hear me give you predictions that are economic. Not because I'm an economist, but because I do understand the impact and the consequences of many of these economic policies and how it's going to have an impact on the United States. I am familiar with how the markets will react to some of the news and the trends that we are seeing on the political side, and how that will filter into our retirements and how it will filter into the cost of goods and employment. I do understand that, and I do have those conversations. Now, I try not to be heavy on math, because I know every moment that I go into math, here's a number, the audience goes, and they want to be gone. Yes, Carlos Mencia. Yes, I did say that. So, and people will lose their minds, and it's numbers. Oh my God, I'm so scared, so terrified. It's so horrible. Numbers. The only thing more terrifying than terrorists is asking people to do math. I get it. But we do follow that. So I want you to understand, I'm saying all of that to make sure you understand. I'm going to make it as simple as I can. Inflation is going to go higher between the second half of 2024 going into the first half of 2025. Let me say that again. I am on the record. I am making this prediction. I am telling you to your face. This is the same thing that I did in February of 2021. I was right. The economy did break down. I told you that we were going into a recession in August of 2022. I was right. We are in a recession, if not stagflation, right now. I told you in February of 2022 that we were going to be in a global food crisis. We are. There is 30% less food today than in 2019. And I am telling you today, this is June 2nd, I am telling you that we are going to see inflation be at the same level or increase from now until at least the summer, the second half of 2025, regardless of who you vote for. It could be worse if you elect Biden. It could be worse if you elect Chase Oliver. It could be worse if you elect RFK Jr., but it will at least be at these levels, if not slightly higher, no matter what. How can I say that? How can I virtually guarantee that when I'm speaking to you? Well, the answer is OPEC just made it very clear. One of the biggest things that are affecting inflation right now, inflation makes poor people more poor. It makes middle class poor people. Inflation devastates our nation. It is eating us up. It is destroying our country. It is making us unstable. And it's part of the reason why you can't afford anything anymore. It's why your food, when you go to the grocery store, everything is 40% higher than it was 4 years ago. It's because of inflation. It's why a Big Mac, the Big Mac meal costs $25, $22, depends on where you are. That's ridiculous. It wasn't 4 years ago, not even close. But anyway, going forward, part of the reason is because of energy. Energy is absolutely essential to inflation. The more that it costs to turn on a light, to fill up a truck that has to deliver food or goods somewhere in the country, the more that it costs to fill up a tanker, a international sea tanker, excuse me, to ship goods from the Red Sea to the United States, this is what is going to cost more. That's all energy. It costs money to build something. It costs energy to build something. It costs energy to transport something to get it to you. That's a fact. That's as simple as I can make it. And the core of that is gas and oil. That's a fact. I don't care how eco-fanatical you want to be. I don't care if you want to hug trees. I don't care if you think that solar is the answer to the universe, and if we just put solar panels everywhere, that all of our problems will be solved, which is a lie. I know AOC thinks that. It is a lie. It's not true. Greta Thunberg didn't graduate, or did she? She just barely graduated from high school. She has a degree in nothing. She's an expert at nothing, except maybe political speeches. That's it. So if you're getting your advice about energy and energy usage from Greta Thunberg and other activists, I'm sorry, you've picked the worst choice, the worst source you could possibly have. These are people who are just about, basically, they're actors. You give them the line, they spit it out. That's it. That's all they're good for. They don't know what they're talking about. Solar doesn't work. Wind doesn't work. It has never worked. It isn't working now. It probably won't work for another 20 to 50 years. Period. That's the truth. That's the honest truth. If anyone's being honest with you, then this is what they will tell you. It doesn't work, and it might work 2 decades, 5 decades from now, somewhere in that range. But it's not going to work tomorrow, and it's not working today. Which means you need oil and you need gas. Which means we want those prices to be as low as possible. When the United States is competing with our allies to buy oil and gas, which the Biden administration is making us do, that we have to buy more and more oil and gas. He has been using up our reserves to hold the price down artificially. But those reserves have to be refilled. There's a reason why we have a reserve. It's for emergencies, not political emergencies. Biden is using up our reserve, our strategic reserve for oil and gas, because the emergency is Joe Biden wants to win. Joe Biden wants to win the next election. He wants power, and he wants power for the Democrats. That's their emergency. Politics isn't an emergency. Winning an election isn't an emergency, or at least it shouldn't be. So Joe Biden has to fill up the reserve tank. It's going to cost more money. And at the same time that he has to fill that back up, at the same time that he has to compete with our friends, our allies in Germany, in the United Kingdom, around the world, buying oil and gas that they need for their people, just like we need it for our people, because solar and wind don't work. And somehow the idiots in Europe all decided to turn off their nuclear power plants, which were working and were cleaner than all the rest of this stuff. Guess what? The price of oil has gone up. It's become more expensive. It's harder to get. And OPEC knows that. they make more money. When there is less oil and less gas in the world, they make more money. And OPEC is going to cut and continue to cut the amount of oil and gas that's available. The less that there is, the more expensive that it is. That means the cost of energy will go up. This is basic economics. This is economics 101. I'm trying to make it as simple and interesting for people to follow this. People go, I don't follow politics. I don't understand any. I'm trying to explain to you. People go, I don't understand finance and global finance. It makes no sense. I'm trying to make it as easy to understand as I can. I'm trying to make it interesting and relatable to you. You can understand. If we have to pay for oil and gas, we need it in the United States because solar doesn't work, wind doesn't work, and the Democrats won't let us build nuclear, which would work, but they won't let you build that. So the only answer is we compete with our allies, our friends. That drives the cost up. That is inflationary because we have to print the money, by the way, to buy that because we don't have the money. So that is inflationary. Poor people get more poor and everything costs more because that extra 5 cents per kilowatt on the electric bill, well, that's for everything that's getting made. That goes to the manufacturer, that goes to the factory, that goes to the guy digging up the metal out of the ground. Wherever it is, every single step of the way, it costs more. And all of those extra 5 cents here, 5 cents there, 25 cents there, it all adds up and it comes back to you as an increase in the cost, which means inflation goes up. We have seen inflation as high as 24%, and we believe that you will see by the end of this year, we will go back to 24%. According to the news coming out of Reuters, based on OPEC, what we have heard is OPEC is going to continue to cut. This is at least for the next year, if not more, that they're going to continue to restrict this. They are making sure that throughout the entire summer vacation season that they are going to cut oil, that they're going to restrict the amount of oil while you're trying to go on vacation, while you're turning on your air conditioner to stay cool, while you're trying to cook your food as quick as possible. They are going to increase it. As more and more people are being forced to have electric stoves, that are being forced to have electric vehicles, which increases the amount of electricity. Where does electricity come from? You don't just dig up electricity. It's not just a bunch of kites waiting for lightning storms to hit it. You get electricity from oil and gas. Oh, yeah, you can get some from solar and wind, not enough to run a city the size of LA, but you can get some occasionally, sometimes, but you need it from oil and gas. And that's more expensive. That's the answer. So I'm trying to make it clear for you. We try to let you be forewarned. And my answer to you is not to freak out, not to panic. Throughout the summer, we know that there's going to be another peak in the cost of oil. And then there'll be a week or two where it'll drop, and then we'll go into the winter and you'll see another surge. So that means plan ahead. Don't use as much energy as you would normally use. Plan ahead. Schedule for that. If you can, if you have gas generators, oil generators, maybe try and keep a reserve of 10%, maybe 15%. If you can afford it, maybe it's only 5%. Have that reserve on the side at all times so that you can build it up over the next couple of months as the price goes higher, as inflation continues to increase. We have been saying consistently that you should buy 10% more food every time you go to the store, and preferably buying foods like canned food, like grain, like rice and wheat and flour, to get that, and canned foods, preserved foods, so that you can have this long term, because the price is going to go up. It's not just, the electricity turning on my light is more expensive. It's everything that is either going to be made, manufactured, or transported is going to be more expensive. That means food. People don't always think about that. They think about, well, I just won't turn on my air conditioner or turn it up as high as I normally would. That's not the answer. The answer is you have to also stockpile food so that as the price of food goes up, you're not spending as much money. If you've been listening to us since February of 2022, you have a huge stockpile of food at this point, and you have saved money over the years because it's more expensive today than it was in February. Well, it's going to be more expensive at the end of 2025 than it is today. Doesn't matter if Trump is in office or not. The prices will go higher. Inflation is already being set in place. That's it. So we're telling you, buy 10%. Don't panic. Don't freak out. You don't have to clear the shelves of your local store. That's not what's necessary. It's real simple. Just buy 10% more. Just 10% more each time that you go to the store. As close to 10% more as you can afford when you go to the store. That's it. And that will help as we see the inflation kick in and things become more expensive. Yes, maybe not turn up the air conditioner to 11, maybe keep it at 7 so that you're saving money there too. But also don't forget the food component of that, because inflation isn't restricted just to energy. Energy pushes it first, but it's not the only thing that goes up. Does that make sense for people? We're trying to make this as clear as I can. I'm trying to be as helpful as I can and letting you know the reason why I'm trying to do that. Now, you may hear other politicians and other economists that are going to say, but America's not in a recession. Look at your paycheck. Look at the bill that you paid when you go get food every month. Tell me we're not in a recession. We are. They don't like that word. They want to change the meaning of that word. In fact, the Biden-Harris administration did change the meaning of the word recession back at the end of 2021 because he didn't, actually it was 2022, summer of 2022. He changed the definition of the word recession because he didn't want to say that. Otherwise, you would think he's a failure and you wouldn't vote for Democrats. So they changed the meaning. Doesn't mean we're not in a recession and have been since the summer of 2022, actually August of 2022. We have been. You know this. You're paying your bills. You know how much your bills have gone up. You know how much food has cost. So if an economist says, no, it's not really happening, don't believe them. When Joe Biden tells you things are great, you just don't understand, I would smack him in his face, honestly, because he's lying to you. It's not true. The observable fact of your bills and the cost of everything will tell you you're not fine, you're not better off, things aren't okay. This is how we try and deal with that. There's only so many things we can do. The Democrats are never going to stop spending money. And Republicans, to be fair and to be honest, are just going to spend money slower. It's not that they're not going to spend more money than we have. They just won't spend as much. Democrats will spend stupidly because they believe in modern monetary theory, like AOC and Andrew Yang. They will spend money thinking, well, no one will ever ask for that money back. Yes, they will. And that's how you get depressions. Because at some point, someone's going to say, pay me back. Pay me this interest. Pay me that loan. I need that money. And once they do, all the dominoes fall. And that's the problem. Again, I'm trying to make this issue, this question about economics, as simple as I can so that everyone can understand it without any trouble. I hope I have done that. I'm not sure that I have. Let me go back to some of the comments here. And I see Hal had joined us. Dal has like 1,001 comments here. Okay, Dal, I'm not going to read every one of the comments, but I'm going to get the gist of it. And I did see your comment, Hal. Thank you for joining us. I will get to that as well. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Dal says, yeah, math. Eyes glaze over. Well, I'm trying to answer without using math. There you go. Dow says there have been independent studies that have been tracking staples over year inflation, and just in the last 2 years, there has been an increase of 75%. That is for grocery staple foods like flour, rice, basic vegetables, bread, beans, and so forth. Bread, especially. I love bread. I don't eat vegetables. A lot of people are surprised. I don't eat vegetables. I've stopped eating vegetables since I was 18. Can't stand vegetables. No, I don't like the taste of any of the vegetables. Don't like any of them, period. Don't care how you cook it. Doesn't matter. So I eat a lot of bread. I eat a lot of meat. And so I noticed that price, and bread prices have skyrocketed. It's stupid. Basic bread, white bread, it's skyrocketed. It's stupid how much it's expensive now. It's insane. So yes, that matches what I've been saying for years now, based on the evidence that we have in front of us. Hal, who is with us, says, we are producing more oil in the United States than at any point in history. I would disagree. Mind you, Hal, we have been recently. We became somewhat, depending on the source, energy independent or close to it. We are still buying energy because, again, we have to refill the strategic reserves that were depleted by 60% under the Biden administration because he was trying to hold back the cost of inflation because of his policies in the first place. It was the Biden administration's policies that turned America from being energy independent into becoming dependent. And then he depleted the reserves. Now he's trying to get back to where he started from. We are not at the same spot we were before. And in fact, including the reserves, we are negative. So the Biden administration has failed. It is a complete failure. And we do need to change that. So I understand that you're trying to help the Biden administration to look better. Their energy policies suck. Their energy policies have increased the cost of energy in the United States, not decrease it. That's just a fact. Let me see here. And by the way, and as Dow mentions, by the way, those who are saying that, oh, well, the United States is doing better than before, that's a prediction. That's not a fact. Hang on a second. We have a comment coming in. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host. Man. And who's this?
Hey, it's Hal.
Hey, Hal. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, not much. Living the dream, you know.
Good.
Taking it day by day.
Good Here summer, I hope.
Yeah, it's pretty good so far. It's pretty good. You know, Binghamton's still the same.
No, I'm not
you
surprised.
haven't missed anything. Let's talk energy real quick.
Sure.
So first off, right now, it is a fact. We are producing more oil. 2023 was a record year for oil production in the United States. That is undisputed. And in fact, we're keeping that pace up. As far as why we had to tap into the reserves, it is not a Biden policy that caused us to tap in reserves.
Yes, it is.
In 2020, of course, energy production as a whole, but energy production dropped dramatically. And the reason for that is quite obvious. Like, nobody should be surprised. Of course, we had the lockdowns, right? Mm-hmm. So nobody's using oil. There's not a demand for it. So you shut down supply. Basic. In 2020, the United States, under Donald Trump, along with OPEC Plus, entered a 2-year agreement to cut supply production by 10 million barrels a day. It was a 2-year agreement because the thought was, well, we're going to be in this lockdown, so we got to have it for 2 years, which, of course, looking back, was not the brightest move. In comes President Biden. Because of President Biden's leadership, the country got opened up.
You're wrong.
Soon
First
after,
of all,
the world
first of all,
followed. Hold on, no, there is no first of all. Everything
yes,
I've said so far is factual.
Well, no, you're misinterpreting certain facts, and you're misattributing the facts as they are. So let's correct that. So
Okay, correct something.
yes, first of all, yes, we did have a slowdown because of the lockdowns. That's true. But the question is not about the production. What we were talking about and what Biden did to affect that are, one, the Keystone XL pipeline. Two is that he stopped.
Mike,
Can I
stop.
finish?
I like you, I do, but you have no idea what you're talking about this topic. None.
Sure do.
The XL pipeline was the extension that was stopped, and that was only 10% produced at that point.
I didn't say I was done. Yes,
that
it is.
had nothing to do with oil production. A pipeline doesn't produce oil.
I didn't say it's about production, did I? I didn't say it was production. I didn't say it was production.
Right,
no, you're
So let me continue. I will continue helping your audience understand how we got to where we got.
Well, you can say what you think. Sure.
I mentioned the 2-year deal that we entered with OPEC Plus, where we cut oil production 10 million barrels a day. We get into 2021. The country and the world is opening up. Everything is, demand for everything is skyrocketing. The problem is we don't have the oil to get the supply chain going again because of oil production. One, that was caused by COVID itself, by the lockdowns, but two, because of that deal we entered into. Now Biden goes to OPEC and OPEC Plus, and he was chastised for this by the right and said, hey, let's cut that deal and get production going again. And OPEC's, no way. We're making more money now than we ever had. We had huge losses in 2020. We weren't making any money in 2019 because we were producing too much. We're staying with this deal. So guess where Biden had to go to get oil to continue to open up the country? Where would you go? That's right, the strategic reserve. That is the place you go. That is where you go in emergency so you can keep the country going. Not to win an election, but to keep the country going. And now, President Biden, not necessarily, it's really unfair to say it's President Biden because we don't actually own the oil. It's not like the United States is in the oil business. But
we are, but go on.
During his term, we are producing more now than ever to try to make up for the global supply shortage that still largely exists. Not really a shortage, but not enough to fully meet the demand, which is why prices continue to be high. But there you go. There's your reasoning. It's not the Biden. I know you like to say that. I know it's easy and it makes for good sound bites, even though they're not allowed here. But now you know. Now you're more informed.
Well, I understand your reasoning on it. That's great.
That's not my reason. Those are the facts. Those are the facts as they are. That's all that is. That's
not quite.
I'm not making an opinion on it. I'm not making an opinion whether it was a good or a bad deal that President Trump went into. I'm not making an opinion on whether it was a good or bad idea to get it. These are the facts. This is what happened and how we got to where we are right now.
Essentially, but you are leaving out portions, as I was saying. And it is important to understand the reasoning of why, because there were other options that were available, both to Trump and to Biden. And we do have to take that into account. And I didn't say that we haven't made more production. You haven't heard me say that. I said we have to fill the reserve. Now, where's the reserve getting filled from? We have to buy that because we have to fill that. It is a requirement. And we have to fill that. And he is going into the markets to do that. And that is a factor of what's affecting energy costs in the United States as we speak. That is from the Biden administration. And it is a fact that the Biden administration, both in restricting the leases and the leases not just for exploration, but for transportation of oil, has had an impact on the cost of oil for the United States, which came under the Biden administration when he came in on his first 2 days. In the 40 executive orders that he put forth, several of them dealt with that specifically, which is part of the reason why the XL pipeline was shut down. Not because of the production, not directly because of the production, but because of the transportation of the oil that we could find and the fact that we weren't able to explore and find even more. So yes, the pipeline was affected by the Biden administration negatively, which helped to increase the cost, to put more competition between us and our allies around the world that continues to this day. And as we see OPEC continue to reduce the amount of oil and gas that is available in the world, as they are doing, and as they have just confirmed to continue to do until 2025, regardless of who wins the election, we're going to see that increase, which is inflationary, which does hurt poor people. Yes, this is a product, a consequence of the policies of the Biden-Harris administration that did not exist beforehand. So yes, he's at fault. Now you can say that, oh, well, he's trying to fix that problem. I'm not saying that he isn't trying to fix that problem, but it is a problem he helped create.
Right. So two things. Number one, you're still saying he shut down the Keystone Pipeline. There was no pipeline to shut down. There's no pipeline. No pipeline that was running.
He shut down the agreement. He shut down the agreements with Canada that was going to allow it, and there was some pre-production that was going on, and there was the purchasing of land and materials to build the entire XL pipeline through the United States. And because of his executive order, he did stop that, and 11,000 people overnight, literally and exactly 11,000 XL pipeline workers.
I know that.
Were,
yes,
hang on.
Lost their work. I know, but you're kind of going into a whole other thing. I know that the workers stopped their work, but the problem is the Keystone Pipeline that was running when President Biden took office is still running today. To this day.
The XL pipeline does not exist today.
It never existed. So that can't be a reason for less supply.
Yes, it can be a reason for less supply.
It never existed, but it can't be a reason for less supply from before Biden to now.
Yes, it can, because...
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, can I finish my statement?
To say a pipeline that didn't exist beforehand,
can I finish my statement?
Doesn't exist. It doesn't make sense. You can try if you
How?
want,
Can I finish my statement? Can I finish my statement, Hal?
Go ahead.
Thank you. It can be part of that because that was meant to help offset the demand. Because we build the pipeline, which is part of our future planning, because none of this happens statically. We don't make a decision and then see what happens. We make plans. We build out towards the future. And that's what the pipeline is there for us to build out towards that future. That was to offset some of the additional demands and needs that we had. So by not building the pipeline, which forced actually Canada to start selling that same oil, and particularly oil sands, to China instead of the United States, we helped China offset its demand and its supply problems versus our own. It also fired 11,000 people. This is important, and that's just the workers that were going to be working on the pipeline itself, in addition to all those related businesses, which would be about 2 to 3 to 1. So for each person that was fired, 2 or 3 other associated businesses lost individuals. So now you're talking about, in total, somewhere closer to about 40,000 Americans were fired overnight because of the Biden administration, which does have a negative impact.
You're adding a lot of numbers there.
No, I'm not.
We're not talking about
one guy.
The thing is, though,
I can adjust my numbers.
I want you to hear. I don't think you're hearing what I'm telling you. The XL extension that was never built could have no impact on pre-Biden production and post-Biden production.
That's incorrect.
It didn't exist pre-Biden, and it doesn't exist now post-Biden.
But it does have an impact on post.
Everything is
no,
equal.
that's not correct. That's not correct
because. Are you hearing what I'm telling you at all?
I did, and I'm trying to answer.
I'm not having a real conversation right now.
I'm trying to answer you. You're cutting me off.
You're listening to respond and not listening to what I'm saying.
I am hearing what you're saying, but I'm trying to answer you.
Repeat what I just said, and then tell me your understanding.
You said that the Biden administration couldn't have an impact on pre or post. There is no difference.
No. I said the XL extension not existing before Biden and after Biden has zero impact
on
production
you say that. And
before and after Biden, because it didn't exist in either case.
I understand that's what you're saying, and I'm telling you that that's not correct, because
hold on, I can't do this. I feel I'm getting a headache. What I'm saying to you is so basic, it's scary. It is like such a basic factual thing. There should be zero argument. You should be like, well, of course, that's obvious. That should be your response. But the fact that it's not tells me you're not understanding this so basic thing I'm trying to say right now. I can't do this. I will say this, though. Just listening from you from the beginning to now, you need to brush up on oil. The fact that you would suggest that we're not energy independent now, which we are more so by the standard that we were energy independent in 2019. Now, I would say we're actually not, but we're actually more energy independent now and that we export more than we import than we did in 2019. But you don't, I mean, with the fact that we're producing more oil, that's like a key part of this whole thing, and you wanted to exclude it. This energy production thing, Mike, you're out of your depth. Or you just need to do more research. It's probably that, because you're not out of your depth. I apologize. That was wrong to say. But you certainly do need to do more research before you talk about this. You are doing your audience a huge disservice.
Fair enough that that's your opinion. Okay.
All right, sir. You have a good day.
Sure. Well, folks, sometimes people will disagree, and that's fine. I have no problem with Hal disagreeing with me. And I have no problem that Hal has a different viewpoint than I do. That's fine. And I understand that Hal has facts just as I do. And he's tapping into a pool of several issues and points that I did not dispute. I was addressing other factors, but that's fine. But as you heard, he didn't want to hear my answer about it. Fine. That's fine. I have never said that everyone must agree with me on this channel or agree with every point that I make on this channel. I only present you the information I have. I show you the links. I show you my evidence. I tell you my arguments and my reasoning. And if you don't agree, then you don't agree. I'm not here to make you agree. I will defend my position. I will defend my reasoning. Absolutely. But I'm not a progressive. I don't demand that you must change your opinion to mine. Hal disagrees. Okay. And my life is fine. Hal didn't want to hear my reasoning. That's fine. My life doesn't end. I will continue to move forward. And Hal wants the Biden administration to be seen as successful in the oil and energy costs that are affecting Americans, even though that has skyrocketed under the Biden administration based on the Biden administration policies. That is a fact. So I understand he wants them to look as good as possible because, and this is fine, Hal is more left-leaning than I am, and that's fine. And he is far more interested in seeing Biden win the 2024 election than I ever will. So that's fine. Take that as a grain of salt. Take that as you will. Agree with me, disagree with me. I'm perfectly fine with it. And yes, there's a couple of people. So Sal the Hamster mentions crude pricing is a spectacular. Well, I think you meant speculator. Well, you did say speculator market. That's true. And the actions that any president or any group takes does impact the cost and the prices going forward. And of course, this is why we make plans for the future about oil and production. And we discuss those plans and around the world globally, so those prices do fluctuate. So that is a factor. And, again, I'm perfectly fine with people saying, Mike, I don't agree with your conclusion. Fine. No problem. We'll move on. But I still will tell you, based on the information that we've seen with OPEC, as I have presented to you, and we do know, and I'll show it again, this is coming from Reuters. And again, understanding that OPEC and OPEC Plus are continuing to reduce the amount of oil and gas that is available in the world, that is increased, that is inflationary, that will increase the pressure and cost of energy around the world, and that will continue until 2025 based on what OPEC has just done. And that is going to negatively affect the American people. And that is going to be inflationary on the American people. And poor people will become more poor because of this. And you should take advantage of this knowledge, and I do say, buy 10% more food. That is not changing. So whether you want to blame Trump for it, or you want to blame Biden for it, or you want to blame OPEC for it, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Because you're still going to have the same inflation at this level or higher, possibly getting to 24%, I believe. You're still going to have that inflation on food. and all of the things that you buy. And poor people are still going to get more poor. Whether you want to blame it on Trump or Biden, or you want to blame it on OPEC or Russia, doesn't really matter. That's not my point. My point was you need to buy 10% more food. You need to prepare, which is what I said, and that's what I stand by. And if you think it's because of a different reason, that's on you. Fantastic. It doesn't change. Inflation is going to stay at this level or go higher, and you need to be prepared for that. Does not change. So let me continue to move forward. So we're talking about the international aspects, and I did talk about that. Where did I leave off? Where was I? Again, folks, I'm not upset. And I would just want to say this again. I am never upset that someone calls in, that someone disagrees with me, that they have a disagreement in terms of the comments, that they whether I don't understand them or they don't understand me. I don't care what the disagreement cause is. One, respectful comments are always welcome on this channel. Two, having a different opinion than me is never a problem. And I've always said that, and I always stand by that. And I also want to make sure, and I know this doesn't apply to my audience that have been here with me for decades, never attack. We never attack anyone in the comments that has been respectful. There have been people who have been disrespectful, and I don't care about them. But people, when they're being respectful and they just have a difference of opinion, that's fine. Anyway. Dow says OPEC and OPEC Plus were a deal negotiated at their disadvantage because the strength of U.S. oil markets were trending to stabilize to lower pricing because of the ability to meet demand. Yes. But that being said, let's move forward. I don't want to stress anyone on that. That's not what we do. Moving forward. Pentagon. We're going to be going into, and we'll finish in a moment, but we'll go into a little bit about domestic in the United States. But this isn't just about the United States, it's also about the world. Because of the Gaza pier, $320 million were spent for 8 days of operation, 1,000 tons of food. About 1/4 of the amount of food that's necessary for the people of Gaza, reported by international sources, and the Biden administration failed. Completely failed. Biden did this because he needed to win 101,000 votes out of Michigan, which is held by progressives. He needed that to be competitive in Michigan, which is why he suddenly changed the State of the Union 2024. And in the State of the Union 2024, he came out and put in this neat idea that no one had ever had and no other country had been speaking about. He came out and said, the United States is going to build a pier for Hamas because we're just great guys, and Hamas, who wouldn't want to help terrorism? Well, definitely the Biden administration is more than happy to help terrorism, and so he built them a pier. 320 million days, 90 days to build it, and he builds it, he opens it up 8 days later. 8 days later. That's about $40 million per day of your money, your taxes. This is inflation. Gone. Destroyed. They're fixing it now, which means it's going to cost probably $400 million, if not more, to build this pier to be able to give food to Hamas, a terrorist organization that is going to use the food at times to help fire off rockets at civilians. Isn't this a wonderful thing? That we're going to help them get the platforms they use to help fire rockets. This is what that $400 million at least is being spent on by the Biden-Harris administration. so that he can get votes out of Dearborn, Michigan. Okay. And it completely broke. And not really a surprise there. Now, there's quite a bit to this. Where was this? There we are. So as I said, it's going to be about 1,000 tons out of the 4,500 tons of food that are required. This is from the UN. So he failed to provide as much food as he said he would, and as much food as is necessary, not counting that it actually needs more food because Hamas takes the food from the people for various reasons because they're terrorists, and that's what terrorists do. But we do know that it has cost at least $320 million, and it completely fell apart, and we have to rebuild it. This is coming from the left. I just want people to understand this is how bad this is. There's no limit on how much money he is going to spend. That Joe Biden is spending on this pier for no good benefit. He's spending $400 million. I'm estimating what the new repairs for this pier to reinstall it, to put it back in place, it's going to be at least $400 million. It is factually at least $320 million already. To say it's going to cost another, $80 million? It's nothing. It's going to cost that at least. To give food and comfort and aid to Hamas, a terrorist organization that killed Americans. Think about that. And he did this without asking for the American people's permission. He just said, I'm going to do it because he wants the votes. But you're not supposed to be upset about this. It's a complete failure. Complete failure. This is why no other nation in the world said, oh, we'll help you with this, because they knew it was going to fail too. Egypt didn't want to help. They don't care about the Palestinians. They don't care about this. Jordan didn't jump in. They don't want to help. They don't care about the Palestinians. We saw all of Europe. None of Europe wanted to get involved, even though they're right there in the Mediterranean. They could have helped. Nope, they didn't care. They don't want to help. They don't want the Palestinians. They don't want to help the Palestinians because their government is Hamas, which are terrorists. They don't want to help the terrorists. So nobody helped. Biden did it all on his own, and he screwed it up because the Biden-Harris administration is inept, because they don't make plans. They knee-jerk react to everything. And these knee-jerk reactions cost you money. No matter what you may think their intention is, no matter what you would hope their consequences would be, the reality is that they fail. We are living through their failures. We are suffering their failures because they didn't think it through in the first place. They didn't take the time to think it through first. They're so busy trying to get the votes before the next election that they don't have time to think it through. And that is a problem. It's a massive problem. And it's not helping Biden. Now, I know a lot of people have been looking at this election, and they tend to look at just the most recent polls, and this is from Real Clear Politics. Most people tend to look at just the general Trump versus Biden two-way election. And what you'll see is even the most recent, now there are three separate polls that have come out from Morning Consult, Forbes Harris X, and Reuters Ipsos. So 3 polls have come out since Donald Trump lost the trial. Since the trial came out and charged him 34 times, which I think is ridiculous, in a case that should never have gotten to where it did, both because of the judge, because the witnesses are corrupt and actually perjured herself. The lawyer is a criminal who stole from Trump, admitted it on the bench. This was just a bad case. Always was. But fine. They move forward. And what we have seen is, in the polls, one poll remains the same. That's the Forbes Forbes Harris X poll. Trump +2. That's been consistent. No change there. The Reuters showed Biden +2. That is a change, but not a significant one. And the Morning Consult also had a slight change, which is showing Biden +1, which is previously shown it as being tied. So a slight change. Net, we have seen, and I've shown you this last week and for many weeks, and you've seen that overall, even though 90% of the time you're seeing that polls show Donald Trump winning, you've seen that it's only been by as much as about 2.5 points at any given time in the aggregate. Well, Trump is up right now, 0.6. That's not unusual. In fact, we've seen that happen many times before. But if you follow the trend, and going back since, some would say September, I would say you could go back as far as April of 2023, and you can even go back further, but just looking at that chart, you will see there have been several times where the race has narrowed, if not switched, where Joe Biden has led for a little bit of time, usually not by a large amount. And now we're seeing that kind of happen now after the election. News media is trying to tell you that Donald Trump has lost, that everyone believes that Donald Trump got a fair election. That's not what the average person is saying on social media. That's what the press is saying. That's not what the people are saying. And we keep hearing that. Trump campaign. In fact, Trump campaign donation site, it crashed. When Trump was found guilty, what did we see? 53, rounding up, $53 million donated to Trump as fast as people could do it. Within 24 hours, almost $2 million an hour was being donated to Trump because of the results, because everyone found it to be unfair. Democrats found the process that Alvin Bragg and New York State did was political in nature and unfair, that it was unwarranted. That says a lot. That says a huge amount about this. So it is important. So I think that's very critical, and that's part of what we're going to be talking about in the second half when we're talking about what's happened domestically in the United States. Because there's a couple of interesting things. We have what's been happening in sports. In fact, there's a question about racism in the WNBA. I don't usually talk about sports, but this is something that I thought might be of interest. So we may talk a little bit about that. We're definitely going to talk more about Trump. We're going to talk about whether Trump is going to jail and whether or not that'll be, if he is, would that be good for the Trump administration? And is this going to change the 2024 election? Did Biden suddenly get a boost? Is this going to help him get reelected? We will address that. We'll also address what's happening with Columbia College, what's been happening at Brooklyn Museum. We're going to be talking about the fanatical left, the progressives, the activists, and what they have done, because it's always violent with them. More of their violence and how it's affecting everyone in America, and in particular in the Northeast. So we're going to talk about a little bit of that as well. So we're going to be talking about a few different aspects, and we're going to be gone for about an hour. Hang on one second, folks. I need to take a little, it's 80 degrees. So it is hot and it is warm today. And I just need to take a quick break. Give me a second. And I'll see if I can walk my dog. We've been going at 2.5 hours as is. So that is a lot. Let's see. Bear with me. I'm trying to find, I didn't have a commentary ready. So I want to pull one so that you guys can, that'll give us some time. Nothing is ever perfect. I thought of everything else, but I didn't think of that today. always something. Isn't it always something? You know, it's always something you didn't think of, always something that you weren't planning. And I have 50 billion articles, 50 billion different stories that I've covered, and yet when I'm looking for one, just one, I can't find it. Just happens like that sometimes. Really? All right, fine. We'll just go with what we did last week. Okay. Mm-hmm. There we go. Hello, everyone. This is Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier on No Soundbites Allowed. Today, we have a wonderful opportunity that we don't often get. Many people may recall that back on July 21st of 2021, I had done an article talking about DC and some of the policies that were being implemented there. Well, today we have the opportunity to speak with the gentleman, Mr. Addison Sartor, who actually created that policy and is continuing to work on that initiative. We want to give him the opportunity to speak with us and, in his own words, convince us in 15 minutes of the value of his position. And we want to give him that opportunity. And so we wanted to give him the opportunity to do just that. So without further ado, I do want to introduce Mr. Addison Sartor out of DC. And before we do anything else, Addison, if we can you first tell our audience a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So DC born and raised. Currently, I'm working as a tenants' rights organizer for an organization called Empower DC. Also currently a student at Morehouse College out of Atlanta. And that's just rundown of me, 28 years old.
Yeah, you're a young man, but you've done quite a few things. In fact, as I recall, in 2019 and into 2020, you were running for the District of Columbia, the city council. Although you did, I don't know if you were disqualified or you were withdrawn. It's unclear, so I don't know. But you didn't go into the final race, although you had initially started on that. Was that did you withdraw from the race?
Oh, so obviously we know as of 2020, we had, COVID broke out and whatnot. So actually I was working at a shelter during that time. And so just the schedule change of having to work, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. at the shelter, and just I would say a lot of that combined with the COVID restrictions, because of those, mishaps, they allowed me to continue running as a writing candidate. So my whole motto was, my uncle's motto was, win or lose, there's pretty much no losing, because if you do lose, you still get your policies and ideas out that you think could better your community.
No, absolutely. I know that firsthand. I've run for Congress. I've run for county legislator. So I understand.
Awesome.
You can't always win, but sometimes you can get your message out there, and that can be just as important. So we don't look down at that at all. I hope it didn't come off that way.
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
And I also know that you've been involved with the Medium. Now, this is what's generally considered a very left-leaning organization. Many different types of writers. You've been writing there. I see writing in November 18th of 2019, in particular, where you were first talking about your plan for an affordable housing in DC, which is the subject of today's discussion, as well as having another article from the April 2nd, 2021, the Historically Black Neighborhood Act, which falls in line with your current efforts, which I believe is essentially the same thing, but just a different title. Am I misunderstanding that?
I would say a different title, and I would say a more condensed version because I think a lot of people may have seen it and have thought that, and no offense to you, but including yourself, have seen it and, just assume automatically that this was, like segregation. And so
Yes.
so I was like, let me just condense it a little bit so people can be aware that this is indeed not segregation, but simply Black people having the chance to control the businesses and the real estate development within our communities.
Okay. And that's why we're here to hear that and see, I'm more than happy to say that if I've gotten something wrong, I like being corrected. I'd rather have the correct information than a misunderstanding.
For sure, for sure.
Now, to start off, there is a question you asked me before we started, and I want to make sure we get it on the record. So please go ahead and ask me that question again.
Yep. So the question I asked was, so do you believe that systemic racism towards Black Americans exists in 2022?
I don't believe it exists towards anyone, period, ever.
Okay. You said ever, like as in
Well,
never
ever
existed?
in the modern history. I mean, if we're talking about 1860, absolutely. If we're talking about 1950, yeah. If you're talking about 1980 until 2022, no.
1982. Okay. All right. Obviously I definitely have definitely disagree with that, but we could if depending on however you would like to take the convo towards whether the initiative or this, it's up to you.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I was saying depending on how you would like to take the because you brought up the question, so I was just trying to figure out which one you would want me to elaborate on, the question of racism in 2022 or the initiative.
Well, we can probably do, we can do both, but I know that I want to make sure we have enough time to discuss. We're looking at about 30, 35 minutes. I want to make sure we have enough time to talk about your initiative. But yeah, I don't believe there's systemic racism. And I find it very difficult to believe that when I look at 16 to 17% of Congress is now individuals, just Black alone, not including Hispanics, women, Pacific Islanders. When I look at President Barack Obama not only being elected, but also being reelected, looking at members of the Fortune 500, I'm looking at individuals like Patrice Cullors, and so many other members of the BLM and Antifa, all these organizations, looking at college campuses where I speak at on somewhat regular basis, and listening to the various groups that are there, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. I can continue and continue and continue. I'm looking at opportunities in my lifetime. As an example, in 1970s, in 1976 to be exact, I had a family who had to come to my community. They came to my home because they were an interracial couple.
You said, could you repeat that? You said,
sure. In 1976, a couple came to my family's home to stay because they were an interracial couple in the South. And so that was a difficulty. Today, walk outside the door in almost any community in New York, in the United States, and interracial couples aren't even a second thought. So to say that there's a systemic racism when I see observably in so many ways, things that have changed in my lifetime, opportunities that we thought in my lifetime thought would never happen are commonplace today. Yeah, I don't believe it.
Okay. So I would say, so what you did name, you named, and let me get this straight. I definitely believe that, there are millions of African Americans who do thrive in America. And what we can, go back to that as during slavery, there were, thousands of free Black people during the time of slavery. And so
in the North, yes.
In the
North, yes.
North, then there were some that would maneuver around through, southern colonies or whatnot. But I say all that to say it's just you can have a certain class of African Americans who are thriving. Like that certain class doesn't mean that, you know, there's a good amount of masses who are still subjected to that racial discrimination. So, because you said, I think you said 16% of, I think you said congressmen, because 77% of Congress is, not mistaken, is white. So I would say, you know, a few, you know, tokens, or not tokens as if that's what they choose to be, tokens as in, you know, as Malcolm X would call it, you know, you do have a few, you know, people who are in those pockets, but I say that, you know, African Americans, we are a colonized ethnic group. And so colonization means another group of people assumes political control over another group of people. And so
Not
since
the
we're
definition of colonization, that's not a definition. That is
a
redefined version of colonization, but that's not colonization.
You're breaking up a little bit.
You're freezing on your side. I'm
sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, no problem. That isn't the definition of colonization. That is a political definition of it, but that's not the actual definition.
Well, political. I mean, you can definitely, you know, look up the definition for yourself, you know, and even if that the political definition, then so be it as well. That's what we're talking about, you know, politics. So the political definition, African Americans are colonized. Even Dr. King mentioned this as well. I mean, Dr. King, isn't he that, you know, you would say you respect Dr. King, you know, you admire what he did, and he was that go-to guy as far as, you know, the political mouthpiece for African Americans. And he even, you know, calls African American communities, you know, colonies.
Doesn't mean I have to agree with everything that he said.
Because he stated that when you're a pardon?
It doesn't mean I have to agree with everything that he says.
No, that's fair. I mean, he's someone who was actually there doing the work for Frontline. So, you know, I would say he's why you know, pretty much have the rights today that you have.
He's one of the reasons, absolutely. So is Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, and many, many others.
Medgar Evers, yeah, definitely.
So to say he's the only one, no. In fact, as Malcolm X had mentioned, part of the reason why they worked so well together, Dr. King and himself, and they were planning to do more work together, is that because Malcolm X was such a loud, squeaky fence, well, it made it much more palatable and much more easy for Dr. King to move forward because he had a much more moderate stance as compared to Dr. King. So
I definitely agree. JFK even said on his the audio tapes that he passed the civil rights bill because of the riots in Birmingham, and that, you know, they were fearful of quote unquote Negroes following after the Black Muslim movement. So I definitely agree on that
right.
aspect. But I mean, in the sense of Dr. King, he even stated that the civil rights movement was more so a middle class oriented thing, and that it didn't really do anything to remove the economic and racial barriers up north in our cities. So,
okay, well, that I do. I'm not really.
When he called it a colony, he was referring to the fact that he said, "You do what?"
Oh, I apologize, by the way. You're freezing on the screen, so it sounds like to me that you've paused.
Got you.
And that's why I'm speaking. Excuse me. And that's why I'm speaking. I do not mean to speak over you, so I apologize for that.
Oh, no problem.
So I'm going to try and make sure I give you an extra couple of seconds when I see you stop.
No problem.
Sure. But I apologize, but I know that's the past. And we both agree on the essential elements of the past. The individuals who were critical there, some of the things that they were saying, they have a lot of information they have said. We can go after one quote after another quote and try and look into it, but we generally agree on that. And we agree in the 1960s, when the civil rights movement took place, that there was a great deal of change. There was a sea change in America. Prior to that, there are many issues. Even after that, there are issues, but we have improved. And I think we have improved significantly, exponentially. But looking at today, I do not see how we can say that today Black people in America are colonized or that they are systemically held back. I've seen it in terms of data on the middle class, in terms of data on education, and looking at the opportunities that are available to us and the ones that people take on a regular basis, and every aspect of our lives in the way we get to interact with individuals throughout this entire nation. I do not see the claim that you're making.
Okay. And if you don't mind me going back to Dr. King, what he said back then was the education system in Black neighborhoods, because of the lack of funding, pretty much has set a systemic, underclass. Pretty much, we can all agree that inferior education means inferior jobs than another particular class. And so right now in 2022, white school districts receive $250 billion more than black school districts. And because of that, it's just creating a cycle of.
Where do you get that data from?
I could pull it up
because
for you.
No one has ever defined it by white and Black. You're talking about low economic communities, which include poor white people. And yes,
that doesn't include poor white people, because still America is still under obviously not as out in the open as Jim Crow, but it's still fairly segregated. So a lot of these poor white residents still have access to these white school districts, because rarely you'll find some poor white people in a Black neighborhood, but for the most part, it's still fairly segregated.
And where do you get that data from?
Sure, I will show you right here.
Because I've looked at the data and I don't see that. There are poor communities, and there are people in poor communities across America that do have not the best education. Well, let me clarify that. By American standards, not the best education possible. There are reasons why we have voucher systems in private schools as well as public schools. And that is an issue, but that's not an issue defined by race. That's an issue defined by economics. And those economics apply to a swath of people. They're Asians, Hispanics, Blacks, and whites across this nation. In fact, by the numbers, I believe, and I need to double check, there are more poor people who are white in America than there are Black.
Yes, well, that's also because America is like the majority of people in America are white.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at the percentage wise, Black Americans are disproportionately poor because of obviously the past 400 years or so. But we have from NPR and New York Times a report from the nonprofit
Which dates?
Which dates? So you have.
I'm going to verify. I want to read those articles myself because.
Sure, I'll definitely. And a lot of them are in the those mediums that you may have seen. So February 26th and 27th of 2019. And it is so it's, you can either I'll send you them all from New York Times, okay, NPR, and you send them to me.
We'll save time. You can just send them to me, and I will put the links up on the screen in the discussion so people will be able to see that and they'll be able to go there themselves.
Sure. And also I think we'd also like to dive into the banking and the housing. There's a lot of data I can send you on how still redlining still exists in the sense of control. When there are many studies that have shown when you control for economic, credit, income, education levels, that Black Americans are still denied mortgage and business loans double the rate of white Americans. And right there is that's you're basically denying a certain particular group of people access to wealth. So that is another form of systemic racism. Then that includes one of the reasons of my initiative, that includes the initiative in terms of, where I'm from in Northeast DC. It's not just where I was from, it's all over America, how you have corporations that build these, toxic waste factories in particularly Black neighborhoods. And it shows that the studies from New York Times that I'll send to you says that Black Americans are 75% more likely to live by these toxic waste industries. So that's just another way. And these toxic wastes also lower the property value of Black neighborhoods as well. And obviously, it's killing us. And it shows that this is controlling for all income levels. So this is all income levels, no matter if you strive for, you get your degree, you're a business owner. It shows that for all income levels, you will be denied a mortgage level, denied mortgage and home loans and business loans capital in the rate of other races. And back to, as I was mentioning with environmental pollution, it showed that even if no matter your income as well, you're more likely to be, victims of this environmental pollution based off, controlling all factors. So it's
I would dispute that because I don't believe that's correct data. And this is a personal anecdote, but I got my mortgage, and what we see very often for people who don't get mortgages, white, Black, Hispanic, otherwise doesn't matter, is you're looking at what is their financial history. And I'm also a former stockbroker, did for a decade. I've done investments for people of every income strata. And what we tend to see, and this has also been in the various reports as well, we have individuals who are poorer tend to spend their money badly and have worse credit reports. Because they spend badly, they make fewer investments. And because they do that, that then reflects on their credit histories, which then impedes them in doing things in the future, like buying more homes or being able to buy, create businesses. So that's one of the factors, and that's because of a way of thinking about finances. And in the Black community in particular, we have seen that there has been a large emphasis since 1992 in particular towards rejecting education to become more street, more gangsta.
Where would you say that data is coming from?
Where the data is coming from? The United States government.
Black Americans rejecting education.
Yeah, that comes from the United States government. It comes from
the United States. I'm sorry, you kind of blanked a little bit. You said the data that Black Americans are rejecting education to be street comes from the United States government?
That's one of the sources. There's been studies on this throughout the years. And
I don't think you'll find a study that will show that says that Black Americans make a conscious effort to turn away from education and to go the street route. That's just, you won't find a study of.
You don't believe that's true?
It will be a reputable study saying that.
Okay, so
I would say that's a stereotype, I would say.
Okay, so you don't believe that there has been a movement towards, or that we've seen in entertainers looking at the entire rap industry, that we're looking at a promotion of violence and gangsterism, that we have in our communities kids that look forward to and are striving to become entertainers like LeBron James, or to be like P. Diddy or a Jay-Z, as opposed to a Dr. Ben Carson or a Herman Cain, which is a businessman, one of the bigger 500 CEOs of a 500 S&P 500 company. Are you telling me that if we went out to the street today, walked down any city in New York, in the United States, and stopped 10 kids between the ages of 14 and 18 and asked them, would they prefer to be a scientist, a doctor, or a rapper? Which one do you think they're going to pick?
It would be, if you at between 14 Black kids, is this any
14 to 18.
14 to 18? Is this Like, are you like, are you going by a certain neighborhood, certain economic
anywhere
class?
in America, anywhere in America. Anyway.
I would say I would just, you mean, because it's obviously scientists. I would say, because that's like a, obviously a vague term. I would say career wise, 14 and 18. I would disagree with the career wise, meaning that the majority would want to be, I would say, rappers or entertainers. I would disagree with that, but I would also like to. That's a good point in terms of how you bring up the music industry, because all these record labels are controlled by, are basically owned by Europeans, white people, and rap used to be positive for the most part, but we, Black Americans don't control it. So, if these, the Black community has been, marching for years to put an end to this gangster rap. You can look at
I know.
The honorable, C. Dolores Tucker,
I know.
who's obviously, so, how the African American community has been trying to fight against these stereotypes. You look at Michael Jackson, who used the K word on the radio, for the derogatory name for, Jewish people.
Yeah.
And it was pulled off with quickness. So, but these white corporations allow, a small percentage of Black Americans who are impoverished, who want to do whatever they can to get out, to rap about stuff that they've witnessed. So it's like it's an exploitation of a sense that you're exploiting a community of all the negative stereotypes, negative things that have happened against. We talk about the drugs and the guns in the Black community, but we got to mention the war on drugs. The administrative aide of Nixon, who declared the war on drugs, he said, "Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. But we could use the war on drugs to go after their leaders, arrest their leaders, and disrupt their community." That's what they said the war on drugs is about, from the horse's mouth. So when you look at all of that, that's been 1971, Dr. King hadn't even been dead for for 5 years before they declare a war on a whole community that just got their civil rights. And so you have people, so you can't mention rap without mentioning Nixon declaring a war on the African American.
Actually, yes, you can, because that's not where rap came from. I'm old enough to know.
No, sir. I agree that that's not necessary. Rap came about of the economic conditions of Jim Crow.
That's not where rap came from.
I'm old enough
to know that's not where rap came from. That's what it came about. That's not where it came from.
We're pretty much playing semantics. We know it came out. For African American music has always come about from the struggle of African Americans. Whether we have blues, jazz, James Brown, who some call the guy who said say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. So he's a godfather of hip hop. That many people will say. So that music has come about through the the racial obstacles we've had to rise above. But I know that it came from the Bronx. So specific. Some people may say it came from the Bronx, but we know it. That's what it came from. That struggle in America.
It came from the hip hop party, the house parties in the Bronx, and it was underground. And yeah, I know, because I was alive then. I was there. And
yeah, but, the Bronx. But there are many people who would disagree that hip hop and rap, that aspect of rap, has been around before then. But yes, the Bronx, they put with their equipment and the DJ, the turntables. Yes, that was an added thing. But rapping about the struggles of being Black and American, that's been around for a while. But what I mean in terms of today with the street culture, a lot of that is coming about from the drugs. You can't go a day without hearing about the dealing of drugs, but we got to understand that it's documented that the U.S. government was aware that drugs were being pumped into America, but instead of going after the head guys, they go after the low-level African Americans living in poverty, and so we have Nixon's administration, who admitted the reason why they declared the war on drugs was to disrupt African-American communities and get rid of the civil rights leaders. I can
really
say that.
the biggest way to disrupt the African-American community would be—
You froze right after I said.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you froze right after that.
Sorry.
Right after that.
One of the biggest things that would have really disrupted the Black community and has disrupted the Black community were the efforts of the war on poverty under Johnson, which was, some say, and I believe it was documented, that he was looking to make sure that the Black community would be disrupted by destroying the Black family, which has happened, and increasing the number of unwed mothers, which has happened, because it was the war on poverty, not the war on drugs. The war on drugs is a side effect of the initial factor, which is destroying the core of the Black family and taking fathers out of the homes, which then leads to everything else. Because when you don't have that discipline, when you don't have that leadership in the home, then everything else starts to fail, because it becomes far more difficult to do the things you need, to have two parents, to have a two-parent income, to have that guidance and leadership, that example to follow. And so that becomes more and more of a problem. And that's where drugs come in, but drugs is not only is it a side effect of that, but it's also part of the 1960s flower power culture, which with Vietnam and the influence of drugs there, which again isn't a Black issue, it's an American issue. But so
I definitely agree with you on the aspect of the war on poverty. Actually, Dr. King was very critical of the war on poverty. Many civil rights leaders were critical of the war on poverty. Dr. King mentioned how he disliked how it broke up Black families, and you talk about these black men who had to make these choices of, if I stay in this house, my family won't get the government assistance. And you have, so like I definitely agree with that aspect, because I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm independent. Even Dr. King's family said Lyndon B. Johnson played a specific role in his assassination. So I'm not a LBJ fan at all, because Dr. King actually was trying to push him to spend, I think, about $60 billion to $90 billion a decade on, the slums, the Black neighborhoods of America. And so I opposed to the war in Vietnam and how he warned us of the military-industrial complex. So I definitely agree that there was a effort of certain policies that destroy the Black family. That also wasn't the case when white people were experiencing poverty at higher rate. That whole fatherlessness thing started changing once Black Americans started receiving those benefits. And just a quick baseline, we got to look at Native American reservations. You look at them; they have similar statistics in terms of the violent crime rate. Violent crime rate there is twice the national average.
One moment. That's a entirely different group with an entirely different discussion, because that's an entirely different history.
And I'll definitely show you how when you remove so they had the highest poverty rates in America, violent crime rate twice the national average. So it's like that shows that no matter what color you are, when you remove a group of people from their language, their land, heritage, keep them in poverty for centuries of years, commit genocide against them, like there is still going to be, chaos and dysfunction in those communities. So I mean, you would agree with that? You would agree with that, correct?
In part and partially, but that's a misrepresentation, because we can say the same thing about the Gauls. We can say that about the Franks. We can say that about the—
You said partially, and then you said we could say that about the Bronx.
Partially, and because we can speak about the Gauls, we can talk about the Normans. We can talk about.
Yeah, I'm talking about here. I'm talking about here in America on this American continent.
This is a worldwide event. The United States is not unique in this. This is something that we've seen throughout the world, where there are individuals who have been oppressed or suppressed for hundreds of years at times, and continuing forward, they move forward and improve themselves. And when given the opportunity, when they become part of that culture and that civilization, which
And
we have seen happen in America as well. And again, there are many people we can point to that. Let me do something, because we're having an interesting conversation, and partially this is about perceptions based on knowledge of different aspects of history, partially because of our lifestyles of being alive. And I know
I just heard part of being.
So again, I was saying we're having a conversation that involves both perception as well as knowledge, as well as various sources of data. And some of that data conflicts. So let me take a step back for a second. And I do want to spend maybe the next half hour. I know you've given us extra time, and I do appreciate that. I thank you for it. I want to try and start, before we get to the DC initiative, let's define a couple of terms so we're on the same page. Because I think some of the terms that are used have different understandings, different meanings for people. One of the things that you have spoken about is a people. What defines a people?
A people? What defines a people? You mean like an ethnic group?
Well, as in one of the things that I've seen you cite before is the UN, some of the UN initiatives. And in that, and you've said, I believe it was it was both in April 2nd of 2021 and also on November 18th of 2019, that you mentioned that people should be able to self-govern themselves.
Correct. Great question. So that UN, United Nations source, that was created during the decolonization movement obviously you had these colonized ethnic groups who were rising up, gaining independence. So it was particularly created for groups of people who were, colonized, who were under political control of another nation or another group of people. So
in that understanding of what a people is, what's the difference with what is a nation?
The difference?
Yeah, in the same context. So using that same context, what is a nation?
A nation, I would say a nation would be pretty much that people, because what a nation is and nationalism, has two different meanings.
Right. That's why I'm trying to define this, and I'm asking what's your definition?
Because I'm more so on the nationalist side of, the positive side, because we can all agree that Gandhi was a nationalist. We hear nationalism, we associate with white nationalism because a lot of people do media.
Not as many as you think, but okay.
So when you hear about nationalism today, CNN, Fox, anything, it's associated with white nationalism. But when we think of nationalism in a positive light, we think of Gandhi, who we all can agree was a man of peace, but he just wanted his people, the Indians, to be free from the political control of the British Empire. And I would say that's I'm from DC, very multicultural city. Some of my obviously close friends over the years have been white, people from all over the world. But in terms of achieving what's best for our people, we've seen that every colonized group of people has tried to gain their independence, including the quote unquote founding fathers of America. They wanted to gain their independence from the empire that they felt was, colonizing them and exploiting them or keeping them down. So I view it as a group of people who are experiencing exploitation and a certain persecution coming together to form their own, government, which aligns with the Declaration of Independence and whatnot.
Okay, so if I'm understanding, and I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So you're looking at the DC initiative, and as a group of people, which is maybe be based on skin color, it may be based on culture, it could be a few different things that create a people. But more importantly, a nation would be defined by individuals like our founding fathers, who, when they had no redress from their government at the time, the United Kingdom, that they then sought their own government to be able to get that redress from government. And you're saying that that's the same thing that's happening in Washington, D.C., that Black people specifically do not have a redress to government and therefore must self-govern. Am I understanding that correctly?
I would say not just in DC, but all over America, because Congress, who passes the laws, makes the laws and things, they're 77% white. We're under political control of Europeans. And these aren't just my ideas. Obviously, the thing we have to realize is that the Black communities, it's very diverse in terms of political ideas. We're taught that the Black community wanted to simply integrate with America, but you have many of activists, including Malcolm X's wife, after he was assassinated. She joined the Republic of New Africa and they wanted Black Americans to, the 5 states down south, as you may have heard, that where Black Americans were tortured on concentration camps in the South. They wanted those states for Black people to move there and assume political control there. So this isn't, something new. It's Black Americans have always been trying to have self-determination for a while. And I think how you mentioned before, how other groups, want to work hard and uplift themselves. And I don't know if you were saying that wasn't what has happened with Black people, but we've seen just like this initiative, Black Tulsa, Oklahoma, where Black community controlled everything in our community, and then they burned it down to the ground. There are many Tulsa, Oklahoma stories where Black communities have set up our own communities for us, governed pretty much
1920s.
And they were burnt to the ground. So
it was the 1920s.
Yeah, correct. 1920s.
Not 2000. That's not in 2000, 2010, 2020. That doesn't.
I never said they were.
I know. I'm not saying that you did. I don't.
I'm just saying that we have that history.
That history does exist, yes.
Of trying, we all weren't in 1960s as well. I said 1960s, how we were trying to form our own under the Republic of New Africa. And so this isn't anything new. These are all ideas of the Black community that have stemmed for hundreds of years before I've been on this earth.
Okay, so let me ask a question. You do not believe that Black people have the ability to get redress from the government at this time? Am I understanding that correctly?
I would say, if you look at, if a group of people are, I would go as far as to say that African Americans experienced genocide in America, because if you look at the definition of genocide, not my definition of genocide, the United Nations, and pretty much you have to have one of these following. It said in the 1948, after the Holocaust, the United Nations met and said, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, race, or religious group. And another thing, so it has killing members of the group, causing seriously body or a mental harm, deliberately inflicting on a group of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, imposing measures to prevent birth within a group, forcibly transferring children of the group into another group. And below you will see that it says that punishable acts, the acts that will be punishable, are complicit in genocide. And so we know that there's a lifespan, there's a gap of poor people and rich people. And so how we mentioned before, I think you may have jumped over it where you said, oh, the denying access to loans has to do with financial history, but these studies are shown with how they've controlled for factors of credit. They say they control for all factors of income, credit history, and all of that. So if you're systematically denying a group of people wealth, I'm not saying all African Americans. The definition says in whole or in part. So if you're keeping a segment of the African American community in poverty, as Dr. King also said, he said that industries in America depend on a non-white cheap labor force. And so when Dr. King was assassinated, these policies did not die with him. So you have for hundreds of years, you're systematically keeping a group of people in poverty. And obviously we know that poverty kills. You can look at all the science behind it that shows that poor people have a way much shorter lifespan than wealthier people. So that's another form of something that we do not have redress in, which I would say genocide.
So I dispute the genocide because Black Americans aren't Black people in the world. Massive differences. I know that
Black
Americans are not Black people in the world. That's not the same thing. They're two different things.
There are Black people. I agree that
not Black Americans. They're not the same at all. Massive differences.
I do agree that African Americans are a unique people group in the sense of that, we were the only ones who didn't voluntarily come here. So and we're stripped of our knowledge, language, heritage, and land. So I agree. To be called African American and Black, there are two definitions. But I'm referring to obviously African American people.
But I just want to make sure this is not always necessarily just you and me. We were also talking to an audience.
For sure.
So we can't use genocide because all Black people aren't being killed around the world to be eliminated by the policies you're speaking about in America. So genocide's wrong on that level. Let me further mention that while I do believe there have been groups who have tried to eliminate Black people in America, in particular, Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood, which looks to use abortions to be able to commit the eugenics and eliminate the Black population and suppress our ability to grow in America, which is documented. That is factual.
And the FBI.
The FBI has done a lot of things against a lot of people, but specifically, Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood were created for the purpose of eugenics, and they have been very effective at it. They have massively suppressed the growth of the Black community. That is a fact. We know the numbers of how many abortions happen. So if you're saying in that, okay, fine. But I don't believe that's redressing. That's one aspect, and it's not a genocide, but it is a suppression by a small group of individuals with great political power, not the people, and especially not in 2022. Going further, let me also mention that I don't believe to say that Black people, especially in cities like Chicago, New York, LA, DC, anywhere in America, but especially there, they do have the ability to redress. In fact, since 1967, we have had Black mayors in DC consistently. So we're talking about 55 years of Black leadership, Democratic Black leadership in Washington, DC, causing the problems that you're telling me that needs to be addressed. So sure. They had the leadership, they were voted in, they have been responding theoretically through a party that tells us that they are our ally, that they have our interests first and foremost. And in the 55 years that they have been in charge, things have only gotten worse. We have the ability to redress our communities. We can vote, and we do. And when we do vote, we can elect many people, including people like Barack Obama. But to say that, well, we need to be self-governing because we don't have access to the government or a redress of the government, that's factually not correct. And DC is the proof of it.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everyone, we are back, and I want to thank you. I thank you all for being back with us here on No Soundbites Allowed on June 2nd. We're going to be talking about domestic issues that affect all of us here in the United States. And of course, eventually that also filters out and affects the rest of the world. We appreciate each and every one of you. I know my audience is growing as we've gotten super chats, we've got memberships, and more importantly, we have more access. Finally, we are seeing the grip from YouTube and Google release a little bit, even as we get deeper into the 2024 election cycle. And we hope more people will find this of interest. We will like, share, and subscribe to add more voices on many of these issues that deserve to have more conversation. As always, we do not require that you have to agree with me on any subject about any issue. We can have differences of opinion, we can have those discussions, and we can respect each other's positions and move forward with our lives. It doesn't mean, just because someone disagrees, doesn't mean they hate, which is often what we hear in the news media today. And we've already been talking about the predictions that we're going to see inflation continue at these levels, if not increase, because of the actions of OPEC. That we continue to see another inflationary factor is Joe Biden wasting our money on the Gaza pier, helping Hamas, a terrorist organization, and wasting hundreds of millions of dollars of our hard-earned money, but yet providing zero benefit or virtually zero benefit to the people of Gaza or anywhere else. It's just a failed idea because it was a last-minute attempt to gain votes. It wasn't about helping Gaza. It wasn't about the Palestinians or humanitarian aid. It was about getting votes out of Dearborn, Michigan. And we talked a little bit about that. We talked about what's happening in the rest of the world, what's happening with North Korea, which now have fired over 200 missiles under the Biden administration, depending on how you count exactly. That's rockets, missiles, ICBMs, ballistic missiles that they have been firing, threatening South Korea and Japan and Taiwan. And we see the continuing conflict with China and the Philippines. All of these nations, South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, all have treaties with the United States that require us to take action, but yet China is unimpressed, as is North Korea, and therefore we're seeing that become more militarized and leading us closer to a third regional war, simultaneously with the Middle East and what we're seeing in Europe with the Ukraine. So we covered a little bit of all of that. But now we're going to be talking more about what's happening with the election. We're going to talk a little bit about Trump and the trial. Trump is guilty. What a surprise. No, it's not a surprise. Absolutely no one was surprised that Trump was found guilty. Not on one charge, not on 34 charges, and it won't be the last time. I am sure before the election there will be at least one more trial and there will be at least one more guilty verdict against Trump. It is part of what we've been expecting since he left office. Actually, before he even got out of office, out of the presidency, we have been expecting this. This is no surprise to anyone. But is that changing the way people are voting or potentially going to vote? Is that changing the polling? Is that changing the fundraising? We're going to talk a little bit about that. And we're going to talk about the racism that we're seeing slip into every aspect of our lives. There is nothing left that doesn't have racism. Have the left pushing their agenda on the rest of us. And it's really infuriating. And it's affecting us in terms of art. It's affecting us in terms of entertainment. And it's really, really gone too far. This activism, the leftist activism, which always involves some level of violence, some level of destruction, it's just too much. I truly believe that. Now, if anyone disagrees with me, I'll be happy to hear that. But we will go over some of the examples and some of the issues that I'm talking about in just a moment. Yes, and yes, Hal, you are correct. There's also the trash balloons that North Korea is dropping on South Korea, which is more of just a tactic to just infuriate. I didn't mention it because I think the ballistic missiles, the 18 ballistic missiles that North Korea fired off to threaten and terrify South Korea and Japan was far more of importance. But yeah, trash balloons are also being sent off. Again, that's part of the antagonizing, the attempt to taunt and to create a problem, a greater and greater problem. And this is part of the fact that the Biden administration has no policy. When Trump left, and we saw with the Trump administration in North Korea, they were talking about reunifying with South Korea. We were getting close to the end of the Korean War. We were getting close to the reunification of Korea. And then came in the Biden administration. Kim Jong-un had little to no respect for Joe Biden. After what we saw happen with Afghanistan, when Joe Biden ran away from the Taliban, all help and all effort with North Korea ended. And from that moment going forward, we saw that North Korea became more militarized, more active, firing more missiles, and ending its attempt to reunify. Because why would they do that under a weak president? They don't have the need. There is no threat, no pressure that Biden puts on them credibly to make them do that. So that is something of interest. Now, but again, that's what we spent the first 2.5 hours talking about. And a few other issues. But let's go forward. Let's talk about what's happening domestically in the United States. One of the things I want to point out, by the way, is in New York State, it's being reported by multiple news agencies that there was a man, a grown man, who choked a 6-year-old child as they were robbing a 14-year-old of a necklace. This happened yesterday, last night. It was reported just before midnight. So a lot of people may not have heard about this. I think it's incredibly important. A 14-year-old also got shot fatally in the chest in Brooklyn. That's also troubling. Mind you, this is with Kathy Hochul adding 750 National Guard, activating the National Guard to protect people, both on the subway, and we're supposed to be having more protection throughout the state. But that's not happening. That's the promise that we have been given. We always get the same promise from the left. You're going to be safe. Just give up some of your rights. Just obey. Just don't ask any questions and you'll be fine. You'll feel fine. You'll feel safe. And if you ask people, they will say often that they feel safe in the subway. They feel safe in various cities, but they're not. They are more in danger today than they were in 2019. Maybe not as in much potential danger as in 2020 or 2021. Yes, we're down from the peak, but we're above the norm. We are still at heightened levels, which is downplayed as much as possible by the mainstream news media. They always like to say crime is down, gun violence is down, but they leave off from the peak. They leave that out. They leave out that the fewer police that we have because of the movement to defund the police, that's in New York City and across New York State, because there's fewer police, they have to work harder. It takes them longer to get to each and every case, and there are less arrests that are made. And when less arrests are made, well, that's when Kathy Hochul and the news media say, well, there's less arrests, there's less crime, therefore they're doing well. That's not how it works. That's not the real world answer. That's the political answer. That's the low information voter answer. Oh, the number of arrests are down, so crime must be down. No, there's just less police available to make the arrests they need to make. And therefore, crime hasn't changed. If anything, it might be up, but the incidence of crime might be up. But you're seeing arrests down, and that's how they count whether crime is up or down. And that is a problem. Now, as I said, we see that this individual, who I think is sick and twisted, you choked a 6-year-old. This individual is accused of choking a 6-year-old, of robbing a 14-year-old. This is a horrendous action. This is a terrible individual. This happened in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn got some problems. This week, Brooklyn has been the source of big problems. I will get into that in just a moment. But I want you to understand that the news media is doing no benefit because of the new policies that we see by the left, which control the mainstream news media. You can no longer mention that the person is black or Hispanic. You can't mention if they're Asian. You can probably say that they're white, but you can't say any other race. You can't really talk about their gender because they have feelings. They might be gender fluid. Who knows what gender they could be, even though you look at them and it's a man. And as far as we know, this is a man. So they really don't want to describe certain incidents. Now, if it's a white man who's involved in a crime against black people, they're happy to use that and tell you that it's all about racism, but they don't want to talk about anything else. As there are some photos that are floating around of an individual, it could be, who looks to be perhaps either white or Hispanic. What we do know is he's about 5'8" tall. He's between 25 and 40 years old. This in New York City, 8 million people, is far too big a swath. He has dark hair and that is in a ponytail and light complexion. My God, that could be almost anyone. We need to get rid of this DEI, this ridiculous hesitancy to be able to tell people that someone did something, to identify the person that made the crime. It's not racist to say that it was black or Hispanic or Asian or white. It's not racist to say that. If there's something that identifies that individual more clearly, if they're wearing a cross or a Star of David or the Islamic star, whatever it might be, if they're wearing that iconography, then use that to help find that individual, to detail them. But this is not helping the public by saying, we can't really talk about this person. We can't identify this person because that could be racial profiling. They're a suspect that attacked a 6-year-old. You know what? Risk the racial profiling. Tell me who we should be looking out for to protect our children. Please, just stop with the DEI, stop with the progressive protection of feelings, and just tell us, who are we supposed to be looking out for? Who could be endangering our children because of a necklace? I don't know, maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me, but I want to protect kids. And I don't care if I'm protecting them against a white criminal, a black criminal, an Asian criminal, a Hispanic criminal, whatever religion, I don't care. Whether they're legal or illegal, I don't care. If it's a criminal attacking children, I want them caught. Don't we all? Shouldn't that be something we all agree on? Give me the description so that we can identify the person, if at all possible, to have the suspects brought in, investigated, and find the guilty party, if at all possible. Let's try and make the system work, not try and find ways to break the system so that it doesn't work. And all we get are people who are frustrated and are fearful for themselves and their children. That doesn't help America. That's how you break the system. That's not how the system is supposed to work. It should be simple to say that, I would think. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Sal the hamster is on Rumble right now. And Sal, I'm going to get to your comment in just a few moments about Donald Trump, about Rikers Island. I'm going to get to that in just a little bit. Bear with me. I'm getting to the Trump issue, but I want to go through the breaking news here while we were on break, some things that happened. In addition, in the breaking news, while we were on the show, this came out at about 4:30 today, June 2nd, and we do know that today is Israel Day. There is a parade. It's kind of like the Puerto Rican Day Parade or the Columbus Day Parade. There are many parades for different ethnicities and groups throughout all of America in New York City because we have a little bit of everybody here. So today was Israel Day. And we have a bunch of individuals who support Israel, support the Israelis, especially against Hamas, the terrorist organization that killed Americans, killed people from 54 different countries, and are torturing Americans as we speak. And yet there's this one individual today, and based on the reporting, I can only presume, and I could be wrong, so I want to put that out there. I could be wrong, but it presumably is from today at the this is an individual protesting the celebration of Israel Day. And now, according to this tweet, and Jason Curtis Anderson has written articles for the New York Post in the past, as well as other news agencies. So he is a reporter. He is a member of the press. And he states that a black radical. Now, this individual might not be black. He could be African. He could be Hispanic. He could be black. Don't know for sure. But I understand, looking at the skin tone, appears to be black. Could be something else. Born and bred in the United States, we can't guarantee that unless this individual gave their name, which it seems they didn't. So, don't know. Could be from the U.S., could be from somewhere else. With absolutely no connection to Palestine outside of the internet. If they are American, that is almost assuredly true. If they're American, it is almost, whether they're Hispanic or black, it is almost absolutely true. If they're African, maybe not. If they're an immigrant, whether legal or illegal, maybe, maybe not. Okay. And they're holding a sign that says, kill the hostages. Now, this is the part that really gets you. So, regardless of whether the reporting is correct, whether this person is black or some other racial group, if this individual is from the United States or from anywhere else in the world, you can throw all of that out. None of that is essential. It is an accurate description of the photo, as best as we can tell, but throw all of that out. This guy is walking around with a sign that says, kill hostages now. I want you to think about that. In America, at this time, with 22 Americans, imagine this is your brother, your mother, your sister, your dad, this is your cousin, your wife, your child that is being tortured as we speak for the last 8 months in a row by Hamas because your kid, your loved one, was at a concert listening to music. A civilian, not a member of the military, not someone who's fighting a war, just someone who happened to be, you could have been on vacation, could have been there for religious reasons, could have been there for school. Who knows why you're in Israel at that moment? But for no reason that you have any connection to, suddenly a bunch of Hamas terrorists show up, kill everyone around you, beat you down, strip you naked, they sexually assault you, and they torture you. Take you with them, and for 8 months they have been continuing to torture and sexually abuse you. And this guy in America decides, kill the hostages now. This is the problem. And I absolutely say this is the problem of the Biden-Harris administration, because they have been talking down and trying to avoid discussing the hostages. We need to discuss this. I know Biden is upset because he failed in Afghanistan, because there were 5,000 Americans he left behind and abandoned, because he abandoned 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine as he told Lester Holt of NBC News in February of 2022 on national TV, because he ignored and threw away 16,000 Americans last year in the Sudan and told them to figure out their own way home as the Sudan turned into a civil war zone. And they still haven't all come home. Matter of fact, most of them haven't. And he abandoned 40,000 Americans in Haiti because a bunch of gangs decided to fight, and he's left those Americans alone too. He got 260 Americans back home, not even enough to fill a 747 plane, and then said, I'm not talking about this anymore. So I understand this is a lack of leadership. Joe Biden should be talking about this. And I don't mean the 2 sentences out of the State of the Union in February of 2024. I mean, he should be assuring the American people that he is going to get these hostages back, that there, as many of them as possible, will be alive, because at the moment it is a high expectation that all the American hostages, possibly all of the British hostages, are all dead. That Hamas has killed them through torture and sexual abuse. Not Israel, Hamas. Because if Israel did it, Hamas would be showing you every single video of it. They'd be giving you every bit of evidence and information so you would know that it was Israel and they could blame them and use that for their political advantage. No, instead they are hiding this from us, and we saw over the last week 7 of the hostages have been found, were killed by Hamas through torture and abuse and murder. And this guy is running around in New York right now saying kill more of the hostages. What is going on? Yes, that is unpatriotic. Yes, that is aggravating. It incenses me. It makes me very, very angry. And it should make everyone in America angry that we have youth of today. This doesn't look like it's an older man. I believe he's a younger man. That we have youth of today that are so brainwashed by our colleges, by our education system, by the news media, that they think that it's okay to kill someone because they have a different ideology. They are okay with genocide. That's what we saw from Harvard. We saw that from MIT, University of Pennsylvania. We saw that at Binghamton University, at Cornell University, at UCLA, that they are willing to support genocide. And this is the result when you see that. The result of those colleges teaching their students that it's okay to genocide someone because you don't like their politics, you don't like their actions. That's how you get someone who wants to kill American hostages. That's insane. You should be upset right now. You should be more livid, or at least as livid as I am, because this does not make peace. This is a signal that tells us that we are going to see the Middle East continue to be a hotbed and to get worse. That Iran still has far too much control, and that they are inciting people in the United States to break our system, to break what it is to be an American. This is sad. This is terrifying and sad to me. If anyone disagrees, you can super chat me. You can say, hey, Mike, no, it's perfectly fine. It's okay to kill American hostages that have been tortured and sexually abused. It's okay. Please tell me why. I really, really desperately need to understand from a progressive, from the left, to explain to me why it's okay to kill innocent civilians. Please, justify that to me. I need that understanding. And to say that, well, it's because Hamas doesn't have power. They're terrorists. Thank God they don't have power. If it were up to me, you would be seeing a very different reaction. And Gaza wouldn't be worried about Israel if I were the president, if I were in charge, and they killed Americans and they took Americans hostage. Because we need to send a signal to Hamas, to Hezbollah, to the Houthis, to Iran, to confirm and to let them know you don't take American hostages. That's what we need to do. We're not doing it. Which means there are going to be more American hostages in the future. This is going to happen more and more to Americans when we don't have a strong president. And Joe Biden is not a strong president. That's why he's hiding from this. That's why he won't address this. That's why everything he has offered has failed, whether it's the two-state solution or just even trying to buy back the hostages. He has failed consistently. It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting to me. That being said, and that is absolutely upsetting. Look, you can tell me if you want to support the terrorist group of Hamas, fantastic. That's on you. I actually despise that idea, but you're an American citizen. I can't stop you from doing that. But I really want you to think about what that means. And for all those students who are at Columbia, who are at Harvard, who are at colleges across this nation, for all these young people who are suddenly going, well, we have to support Hamas. I want you to really think about that. This is what you are supporting. You are supporting kill hostages now. You are supporting the murder of innocent human beings. That you are supporting the murder of individuals, the torture and sexual abuse of individuals for the mere fact that they exist, that they happen to be standing and watching a concert. That's what you are supporting. News media doesn't want to say this because it's harsh and it's a hard thing that once you think about that, you suddenly understand what you are supporting, what this pier in that Joe Biden has built for $320 million, actually $400 million, because it's being fixed. This useless idea that he did to get votes, this is what it results in. That's why we have hostages still being held. Hamas is milking Joe Biden and your bank account and your paycheck. They are milking you for hundreds of millions of dollars and everything else they can get. And they won't even tell you if the hostages are alive or dead. It's very upsetting to me. It pisses me off. It really does. It really pisses me off. I'm going to move forward. Well, we're going to come back in a little bit. We'll come back to that. We'll talk about Trump, which has to do with that. But right now, what most people are probably talking about, and the thing that's probably getting a lot of attention, is this woman, Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is a WNBA entertainer. She's a basketball player, women's basketball. And I know most people, 90% of everyone, 95% of everyone in the United States has no idea what's going on with the WNBA. You don't know if they're playing games or not. No one cares. It's not important. But that's not the issue. It's not even the issue that they want equal pay, that they want to get paid as much as Scottie Pippen or Michael Jordan, even though no one pays attention to them. No one knows their names, but everyone knows Michael Jordan's name. Fine. Or LeBron or whatever. And I don't really care about entertainers. But here's the thing that is upsetting me, is that she's talking about racism. And people on Twitter are talking about racism in connection to her. Not because she's white and being racist against the WNBA, where most of the players, like in the NBA, most of the players, and actually most sports, most of the players are not white. The majority of the players are not white. And so many people will hear, oh, well, there's racism in the WNBA. And they think, well, it's this white girl against those black girls. No. What it is she, at the moment, is a rookie. This is her first year. She's a rookie, and she is looking at winning Rookie of the Year. She's the best of the WNBA rookies. Fine. I don't know. I don't care. But because of that, she has been getting a lot of abuse on the game, during games. She's getting fouled on a regular basis, and it's not being called out. The abuse is being allowed because the black players are doing it to the white player. That is racism, and people are calling that out. And there's a couple of very dramatic scenes of this. Come on. My computer's overheating a little bit, so it's running slow. And where's the image? Okay, it'll come up. But most specifically, there was a foul last night during the WNBA game last night literally, this woman, Caitlin Clark, while having her back to the game, the ball's been passed, she's not looking, and another player comes over and knocks her on her ass, just rams into her while she wasn't looking. No foul. No one cared. They just let it go because it was a black woman that assaulted her without Caitlin paying attention. Just assaulted her on the floor. Now, it has since the news has come out, since people have seen the video of this, people have now come out and said, okay, well, we have to call this. And the WNBA has now called it a flagrant foul after the fact. But that's because of the reaction. That's only because fans and people who don't pay attention to the WNBA, like me, are finally paying attention, saying, well, it's racist. Because if the white girl did that to anyone else, the WNBA would have ejected her. In fact, they would have had her arrested for an assault. They would have called it a crime, not just a racist crime, a hate crime, and a physical crime, and they would have had her arrested. But they won't do it because the other players are black and she is white. And that, I believe, is one of the most ridiculous and horrible reasons why this is happening. But we are told over and over again, you can't be racist against whites. That is a lie. And this is an example of it. And my computer isn't showing it right now. I apologize. I don't know why the article isn't coming up. But I advise you, go on to Twitter, go and check it out for yourself. See the assault where she gets fouled, knocked on her ass. It's not even just like they're playing the game, going for the ball is on the other side of the court. It has nothing to do with the entertainment that people paid for. This is purely about envy. It is about racism. It's because the black players knew they could get away with it. Not only because they're not rookies, but because they're black and she's white. And therefore, it could be done. That is what has been going on. That is the accusation, and I think it's accurate. Now, let's see what some of the comments are saying about that. And Hal says, it's not just that she is a rookie. It's that it's the attention she is receiving, specifically the praise of suggesting she will be the best ever. The other players are making her earn that. Well, there's a difference between earning that and being beat up, being attacked, especially when you have your back to an individual and they're just attacking you, not in playing the game. I mean, it's one thing if you say, oh, like Michael Jordan got fouled all the time. We saw that. Everyone's seen him play the game and he's got 3 guys on him and 2 of them are fouling him at the same time, and yet he still makes the dunk. Okay, this is why Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player, arguably, and I don't think really that arguably, but the best basketball player out there. Fantastic. And we understand those fouls, yeah, people made him earn it and it was unfair, but he got through it. That's one thing. But no one ever ran up to Michael Jordan while he had his back to them when the ball's on the other side of the court and just knocked him on his ass. That didn't happen because that isn't about playing the game. That is pure malice. That is criminal. And you can be criminal even in a game because that had nothing to do with the game. That was personal. So I agree with you, Hal, that this is all about her. And it is racist to do this and to expect that you will get away with it simply because of the color of your skin. There is a problem there. Now, someone will say, well, Mike, do you know they're doing it because she's white? It seems to be, based on the comments that we have seen on this. Now, I can't guarantee that. It is criminal no matter what. It is unfair. But the conversation is up and we have to hear it. And I have to ask you, if this woman who's white ran up to a black player who had her back to Caitlin and knocked her on her ass, would she be ejected from the game? Yes. Would she be arrested? Yes. Would she have a foul and the entire league would consider deleting some of her games or stopping her from being able to play some of the games and get a massive fine from the WNBA. Yes. So why isn't it the same? When the only thing different is that she's white and the other girl's black. Isn't that the definition of racism? Isn't that the opposite of the equity we keep getting promised by these leftists? And that tells you that it has gotten so far, this backwards idea of equity, of one-sided racism, that you can only be racist if you're white. This stupidity is gotten so deep into our society that it is affecting our off time, our relaxation, our entertainment. You can't even enjoy yourself anymore because this is in there, because people are taking advantage of these stupid ideas, these sick ideas that you can't be racist if you're black. Yes, you can. Yes, you absolutely can. And I've heard lots of black people and Hispanic people and Asian people be just as racist as anyone else. Yes, you can be. And yes, we should call that out. And yes, we should stop people from using that as their advantage, to use the race card to their benefit. Individuals like Jamal Bowman, who's out there. Jamal Bowman, white supremacists are trying to buy the New York 16th district. Now, Jamal Bowman, if you don't know, is a member of Congress. He's also the individual that pulled the fire alarm, as I remember. Please correct me, chat, if I'm wrong about this, but he was the individual who went in Congress and decided to pull the fire alarm, which is a federal crime. It is a local crime as well. Disrupting Congress, which, according to the left, is insurrectionist, because people were voting on bills at the time that he did this, and the Democrats, the progressives, were going to lose. So he pulled the fire alarm so that he could try and stop them from losing. And that's a crime. And according to the left, that's insurrectionist. That's what this man did. And he thinks that because he has competition, because other people are running against him, whether they're white or not, doesn't really matter, that he thinks, well, the only reason why someone would want to run against a self-professed socialist, a progressive, is because, well, he's black. That's it. They're white supremacists because they're running against me. No. Again, this is using that race card. It's kind of like what we saw with the WNBA, where people are using the race card to try and excuse bad behavior. Jamal Bowman can't be a bad guy. Just because he committed a crime on purpose doesn't mean that he should be punished for that. It doesn't mean that he shouldn't be reelected because he purposefully tried to stop the operation of Congress, something that Democrats, the left, call insurrectionist. Just because he's an insurrectionist doesn't mean that we shouldn't reelect him. It doesn't mean that you can hold that against him because he's black. So obviously that changes everything. Mike, he's darker than me. He's more dark-skinned, more black, so that must mean he has more rights. Isn't that true? It's stupid. That is stupid. He says they're targeting him, the first black representative. He's in Charlie Rangel's district. The New York 16th used to be held by Charles Rangel, an old, decades-long member of Congress who happened to be black and was very powerful within Congress. And yet, Jamal Bowman, I'm the first black representative. No, you're not. You're lying. See, so he's also a liar. Oh, I'm the first black representative and I'm getting racially attacked. Okay, so no, you're being challenged because you're a member of Congress and you're a bad member of Congress and you're a progressive, which is a minority of people across America within the Democratic Party and in New York City. You are a minority politically, not racially. And people do not agree with your political ideology. And you're a liar. So we shouldn't trust you. You break the law and you lie. That's a reason not to reelect Jamal Bowman. But he's using the race card. They're scared of what I represent. Yes, destruction of America, the loss of the Constitution and the amendments. You want a socialist government. Most people in America, the majority of people in America, don't want that because we understand how bad that would be, how destructive that would be. So yes, we are scared of socialism taking over. We are afraid that progressives will get more power and destroy America even more than they already have. He goes on to say, don't want to see people like us in power. If you mean progressives, absolutely. If you mean black people, are you kidding me? How many black people are in? Maxine Waters, there's Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, there's Tim Scott, there's Kamala Harris was in there, there's, what's his name, Booty Boy, Booker, Senator Booker's in there. There's a lot of black people in Congress. In fact, about 25, I think it's 23% of Congress is made up of minorities, people with darker skin. So I don't understand what Jamal Bowman's talking about. People like him, they're all over. We have black mayors. We have black members of government at the local, state, and federal level throughout the entire United States. What does he mean by people like us? He's using the race card. He's trying to get people emotionally involved and active so that he can hide from the fact that he is a failure and people don't agree with his policies. And we should call him out for that. Just like with the WNBA. I'm going to get to the comments in just a moment, but I want to make sure people understand this. He goes, on June 25th, we're going to have to prove that we aren't going anywhere. I want him to go somewhere. I want him to go to hell personally, but more importantly, he's a bad politician. He doesn't represent the public well. He has misrepresented what he does. He lies and he breaks the law willfully. He should be punished for that. That's what should be happening. But instead, people hear, oh, it's about racism. He's fighting racism. And so they give him a pass. No, just like you shouldn't give a pass to the WNBA, don't give Jamal Bowman a pass just because he has a good suntan. That's not a reason. That's not a justification. And we need to stop doing this in America. Saying, well, oh, you've got dark skin. I guess that means you can commit that crime. I guess you're forgiven for everything. Race card, that gives you a pass. No, stop this, folks. Stop this. Did I show that, by the way? If I wasn't showing the screen, I apologize. Got a little carried away. But this is the article in Twitter. And again, links to everything we're talking about will be in the description after the show. And you'll be able to, after the live stream, you'll see links for everything for yourself. But you can see what's being said there. Let me go back to the comments here. So I believe Hal has something to say here. Hal said, maybe in terms of the WNBA, in terms of the WNBA story, Hal says maybe the NBA players that attacked Caitlyn, maybe they should be ejected, definitely not arrested. That rarely happens in sports. Yes, but it does happen, and that's my point. It does happen, and this is reason. The justification for that is her back was turned. It had nothing to do with the play of the game. This was a personal attack during a game against her. That is a reason for an arrest. But I can understand, you could say, no, but it's a game. Okay. But definitely, the liberal left would be calling her racist and calling for her to lose her job if the races were reversed. Yes, and that's the problem. That is a two-tier system of justice, and we need to fight against that. We cannot accept that. If you want to have, if for the people who think racism is rampant in America at this time, which it isn't, it factually, absolutely is not. Not to say that there isn't racism. There's always going to be some. There are always going to be bad people in the world, but it isn't rampant. It isn't holding back 90% of the people on this planet, or at least in the United States. We need to hold people accountable. Justice isn't separate and different. It is the same. and we need to hold everyone the same. The WNBA needs to get off their ass. And the same thing for Jamal Bowman. We need to treat him the same. He is a bad politician. He lies to the public. He breaks the law willfully. He is an insurrectionist by the definition of the left, not the right, the left. Therefore, he should not be reelected. Don't let these people, the WNBA, Jamal Bowman, the Democratic Socialists of America, these progressives, don't let them use the race card to try and get your emotions going and to have you shut down your brain so that they can take advantage of you. Hold them accountable. We need to do this because we are losing our grasp, and it is obvious when we see what is happening in the WNBA. When it's into our entertainment, it means that it's everywhere. Whether or not you're looking for it all the time, even, and I see this all the time, so many people go, well, that's not quite as racist as you think it is, Mike. Stop excusing it. Stop justifying it. Stop trying to minimize it, because that doesn't make it go away. In fact, it makes it come back even stronger. We need to address this by saying it is happening, and it is a problem, and it does need to be addressed right now. Even if you don't like that it's happening to someone you like. Maybe you like Jamal Bowman. I don't. But maybe you do. He still did these things. He is still manipulating the public. He needs to go. Elect another progressive if that's what you want. But this man has the justification to be unelected, not reelected. And let me see. So Hal mentions, you never talk sports. And here you are talking about the WNBA, and you expect them to do something about this. Just because I rarely talk about sports, I rarely talk about entertainers. And for people who don't know, in the 18 years I've been doing this, I rarely, very rarely ever talk about entertainers because I don't care. They're minstrels. They're not really important. And I don't care if you watch The Housewives of wherever the hell, or you're watching 90 Day Fiancé or something stupid like that. I could care less. All of those entertainers, useless. I think they're dumb. But when there is a bigger issue that is being addressed, I don't care if the housewife is sleeping with someone or their husband is sleeping with someone. I could care less. That doesn't change. That doesn't affect inflation. It doesn't affect the judicial system. It doesn't affect legislation. I could care less. But when people are using and abusing the race card and claiming that racism protects them from their bad behavior, yeah, that's something I want to talk about. And yes, that should be something we all should be able to rally around and say the WNBA entertainment, and more importantly, our society should stand up against that. I don't care about the WNBA. I really don't. I've never seen a WNBA game. I never will. Can't stand basketball. Can't stand women's basketball even more than I don't like basketball. Period. Don't care. You may love it. You may think it's the best sport that you've ever seen. Fantastic for you. I don't care. I care about the politics that's going on. And it is going on. Even when people say, but I don't want to look at it as politically, it is still political and it is still affecting us. And the longer that we allow it to happen, because people go, but I don't want to talk about the politics in my game. But the politics are in your entertainment. Whether you want to talk about it or not, it is happening. The abuse is happening. And that tells you that it is pervasive, that it is so pervasive that it is everywhere. People think they can get away with it in any medium, in any way they present it. That is a problem. That's a late stage problem. It has been so subsumed into our society that it is everywhere. And we need to nip this. We can't nip it in the bud anymore because it has gone too far. We need to react. And the answer to this is as simple as treat them like you would treat anyone else. That's it. It should be that simple, but it isn't. But it isn't. And that is upsetting. Still can't get this to load up. Okay. So, with those issues up, And I'll talk about Brooklyn in a minute and what's been happening in Brooklyn, what the activists are doing throughout Brooklyn and across this nation, and how this is a problem, and the violence of the leftist activists. We'll get to that in just 1 second, but you keep hearing there's something in the news. Let's talk about Donald Trump. And Sal the hamster, you're on Rumble. I know, I see it. We're going to talk about Trump. We're going to talk about the guilty plea, the guilty verdict. We're going to talk about whether or not Trump is going to jail. Now, I would like, before we go any further, everyone who's in the chat, people who are, whether it's on Rumble, on YouTube, on Twitter, wherever you may be, please comment and tell me, do you think, as we're discussing this, please initially put in, do you think Trump is going to go to jail? That is a yes, Trump is going to go to jail, or a no. And when I say convicted, because of these 34 charges, will Trump be put in jail? Now, each of the charges they're all Class E felonies. They're almost exactly the same charge 34 times. They're all Class E felonies. Each felony carries a maximum 4-year prison time, or it could be probation, or it could be a fine. It could be it could be imprisoned in his house. So any of those things are possible, or a combination of several of those things can be done. Or even he could be charged with time and time served. That is also possible. So there's a range of ways that Trump could be punished for these 34 charges that amount to about 132 maximum. If he got charged the maximum, 132 years in prison. That is possible. Now, a lot of people may not be aware of this, but where is it? If Donald Trump goes to jail, if he were to go to prison, the Secret Service goes with him, which is a massive problem. And this is another thing. Now, this doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Donald Trump is guilty or not, or whether he needs to be put in prison or not, or whether this was a fair trial or not. Those are all separate issues. That's separate of if Donald Trump is charged with prison time, if they say he has to go to prison for any amount of time, whether it's Rikers or any other prison, the Secret Service has to go with him. Which is why there is speculation amongst the news media, amongst pundits, that believe, one, Trump isn't going to go to jail, partially because the Secret Service would have to go with him, and the Secret Service would be armed. They're not going to disarm in the prison because they're going to protect Donald Trump. So they have higher priority. They will be armed, which means he couldn't go to a regular prison. People are thinking if he goes to prison, he's going to go to an abandoned prison or house arrest, so that it would be easier to manage since he's a former president and he has the Secret Service. And this way he would be more isolated and they can better protect him. That's the thought that's out there. But to avoid all of that, some believe that President Trump is going to get a fine instead, rather than going the route of prison. Now, I don't think that's the case. I do not believe that they're just going to fine Donald Trump. I think that's wrong. And anyone who thinks he's just going to get a monetary fine hasn't been paying attention. He already got a monetary fine. New York State has been trying to bleed him dry of money because that affects his campaign. They want his money because that makes him, one, he can no longer go around saying he's successful in business. They took his money away. He is going to be more dependent on donations from the public because he's no longer independently wealthy. And it's a punishment to change his lifestyle going forward because they drain as much money as they can so that he can't have that same lifestyle. This is a punishment. They did it in the prior case in New York. They're doing it now in this case in New York. They want to drain his money. But money is replaceable. Donald Trump is a businessman. he has multiple functioning businesses. As much money as they take from him, he can get the money back. The businesses are still running. And even if you were to try and take every dollar that Donald Trump had, the businesses will continue to operate. He will get the money back. Yeah, at the worst case, he will sell money and businesses and property, and he will raise the money back. So they're not going to, any monetary punishment is only temporary. It does not last, and they want to punish Trump. They have been after him for 8 years, actually a little bit more. It would actually be from 2015 until today. So that would make it 11 years that they've been attacking Donald Trump virtually daily in every medium. You can go to MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS. They don't go a day without blaming something on Donald Trump for the last 8 years, if not for the last 11 years. So the monetary punishment isn't enough. I believe, and come on, folks, isn't anyone going to vote whether or not they think Donald Trump is going to be in jail? Is he going to get jail time? We'll find out. Okay. So let me give you my prediction. Understanding that money, that a fine is not enough. It does hurt Donald Trump in terms of his election, so there will be a fine. And you could see a fine of $50, $100 million, something like that. A ridiculous amount of money, simply to impede his ability to continue to campaign. But that's not really what they want. They want two things. One, they wanted to say guilty. They wanted headlines that said guilty, because that justifies all of the hate, the TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, the hate of Donald Trump, personal hate of Orange Man bad. They want guilty because that justifies every bad thought they have had about Donald Trump for the last 8 years. Every negative thing they have said about Donald Trump is justified because guilty. They can put that headline up there and people will look at it and not think beyond that. The low information voters don't understand. All they see is guilty, so they think he's criminal. And that's what they want. That is what they are looking for, because they hope that will affect the election. That will change the voting, they hope, amongst the 45% of America that isn't a Democrat or a Republican. The 45% of America that isn't libertarian or conservative. Green Party really doesn't count. They really are useless. 45% of America is independent. So that's the voters they're targeting. And most of that 45%, well, they're the same people who say, I don't want to pay attention to the politics that are in my movies, in Disney. They don't want to pay attention to the politics that's in Star Wars, that's in Marvel, that's in the WNBA. It's there. And when you point to it, they go, yeah, I see it, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. I just want to avoid it. Well, it's still there. It's still affecting your game. It's still affecting your entertainment. It's still in the show, in the movie, in the TV show, in the entertainment. It's still there. It doesn't go away just because you don't want to deal with it right now. And in fact, because you're not dealing with it, it gets worse. So for those voters, they need to keep pushing the pain of Donald Trump. They have to hurt him constantly, so that those voters, even though they don't want to pay attention until September 1st, that's when the average middle of America starts paying attention to the election. They're not going to pay attention until September. They want to drip feed pain and negativity about Donald Trump throughout the entire summer, so that when we get into September and people start paying attention, they subliminally believe Orange Man bad, because that's all they've heard. And they hopefully will vote that way. That is the mentality behind the DNC and these charges and the way they are presenting that in the news media. And so I think that we will see Donald Trump is going to be charged with 2 years. 2 years, and he won't go to prison. They're going to make the arrangement that he's going to be in house arrest. He's going to be under house arrest because he's a president, because he can't go into a prison. He has Secret Service. Secret Service is armed. He has security and information that he knows. It's not secure enough. There is no prison that is adequate for this. So they can't put him in prison. There's even former members of the Democratic Party that are saying, well, we should just strip away all of his Secret Service coverage. He's still the former president. He still knows things about the presidency that need to be protected. That's why he has lifetime protection from the Secret Service. This is when Democrats aren't thinking straight, and they're just thinking politically, and they're just thinking what's going to be good for them. They want, we want to strip him of his Secret Service detail because he's a criminal in a case that's a kangaroo court. And they want to take away his protection and expose everything that Trump knows about the presidency and the United States and expose that to risk. Because you're going to put Trump in a general prison and there would be no Russian spies, no spies from around the world are in that prison or wouldn't be trying to get sent into that prison so that they could try and weasel out information from Donald Trump, whether he knows it or not, either by protecting him or intimidating him, whatever the case may be, that they would be going after it. Of course they would. Democrats aren't thinking that through. Several of the Democrats that are saying we need to take away his Secret Service detail aren't thinking it through. And they're not thinking about the future of every president after this, because every president from now on are going to be charged with crimes while they're in office, and they're going to be charged, and many of them are going to be found guilty after the fact, and they're going to go to jail. We're going to have to build jails going forward to house presidents because of the precedent that has been set now. Because this isn't going to end with Donald Trump. Now there's going to be payback. After Donald Trump wins this election in 2024, you'll see the next Democrat, they're going to remember everything that was done to Donald Trump, everything that was done to the Republican Party. And they're going to do everything that the Democrats have done. They're going to do it to the next Democrat. Everything that's been done. As soon as Republicans have power, they're going to do it to the left, just like the left did it to the right. And that makes it break down. That is why we are losing our foundation. Our society is crumbling. America is becoming more and more authoritarian because of all of this infighting and this corruption of our values and our legal system. So yes, I think Donald Trump gets 2 years. He won't be sent to Rikers. He won't be sent to a regular prison. It's not secure enough. There's no way they can protect him well enough. And it would be a massive security risk by having Secret Service agents in a regular prison, and they are armed. There's just too much risk that some prisoner will tackle, or several prisoners will tackle the Secret Service agents at any given moment, try and shank them so they can get the gun, even if one or two of them get shot, so that they now have a gun in the prison and can now try and attack other inmates, to attack other corrections officers, to try and break out of the jail. It's too much risk. So they will put Donald Trump under house arrest. How that effectively would work is that Donald Trump, and I'm going to get to the comments. I haven't forgotten the comments. How this would effectively work is Donald Trump would be just like Joe Biden in 2020. Joe Biden hid in his basement in 2020 and almost never showed up. He wasn't able to speak. He just didn't come out, which is why he was able to do as well as he did. No one could hear him screw up. No one could see him flub his lines and just spout gibberish and lie. So they minimized that by having Joe Biden in the basement with the excuse, well, it's because of lockdowns. It's because of a mask. It's because of 1,001 reasons that really it was hide this guy so he doesn't make mistakes. so they could run the entire campaign, and you couldn't really hold him accountable because he wasn't there. He was never actually there. And that's what they want. Well, they would do it the same way for Donald Trump, except they would be able to attack Donald Trump all day long on all the social media, on the news media. The various politicians could attack him. They could go to rallies, and Donald Trump wouldn't be able to have rallies with 8 and 10 and 15 and 20,000 people at a time. He wouldn't be able to rally that kind of support and make that kind of impressive action, like showing up in the Bronx, in the bluest county of the entire United States, and have 10,000 people show up, many of them, a good half of them, being black and brown skinned people, being black and Hispanic and Asian, and showing up saying they support Donald Trump. He can't do that if he's under house arrest. He can't embarrass the Democrats and the progressives like that if he's under house arrest. And they can attack him, and he can't respond adequately. That's what they're thinking of. So that's why I believe they're going to give him a fine to cut on his money, make him less capable of being able to get his message out, and they're going to give him house arrest so that they can lock him down, so that they can attack him nonstop, and it will be justified because they get to say he's guilty, and therefore they can punish him as much as they want. And they think that this combination is going to give them an advantage in the 2024 election. And they are wrong on that. But we'll get to that, the numbers, in just a second. Let's take a look at some of the comments. So Sal said, and I apologize for the delay in the comments, but Sal said, Mike, Sal says I should be speaking and doing my live streams on Rumble, and almost exclusively on Rumble more often, as should my good friend Larry Sharp. I will mention to Larry Sharp, but to be fair, Sal, the reason why I simulcast on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter, they're the biggest platforms. This is where the people are. And I'm here to talk to people. Whether they always agree or not doesn't matter, but to talk to people and to have the conversation and to hopefully have people think. Whether or not they agree with me isn't the point, but to have these conversations to inspire people to think and find out for themselves so that they can vote as an informed voter, not a low information voter, to make up their own mind on what they need to do, who they should support, and why they should support them. So that's what I'm here for. And you can't do that by just being on Rumble. It's not big enough. You have to be on all the platforms. So that's why we do that. Let me go forward. John Ward. If John Ward wants to reach out to me, I'll be happy to talk to him about the integrated chat, because I don't know that I can add Rumble chat to the main chat. Now, getting to specifically about Donald Trump, Sal says at Rumble, they say, he believes that they would send Donald Trump up to Comstock, because Sal agrees with me, Sal the hamster agrees with me, that they could not put Donald Trump in Rikers, though they would love to put him in Rikers. Their wet dream is to put him in Rikers. They can't. So would they put him upstate in Comstock or a similar prison like that? And again, the answer is no. Because of the Secret Service detail, because of the protection that he has, no, they would not be able to do that. There is no prison that is safe enough. There's too much of a security risk. Any existing prison right now, if it has prisoners in it, it's a security risk. They can't do it. Both in terms of trying to check his food that they would have to check in case it's being poisoned, the access to other individuals getting access to him and information from him. It's too dangerous. And the ability, again, of Secret Service agents being attacked by the general population or any of the prisoners and trying to use those firearms either to take prisoners, hostages, to escape, to enact vengeance on someone. It's too much. So I don't think it would be in Comstock. I don't think it would be in Rikers. I think it has to be house arrest. And because it would be house arrest, they wouldn't want him to be somewhere luxurious. The court, would try and pick a location for him as the house to try and minimize his luxury. So they wouldn't let him go to Trump Tower. He wouldn't be able to go there. They would pick somewhere else that's not luxurious to say, well, we're trying to punish you, and it's not enough to just punish you by saying you're on house arrest. You have to be in a low-class house and under arrest. That's what I think the judge is going to say, because the judge has TDS. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They hate Trump. It's not about the law. It's not about the justice system. It's about their political ideology. I strongly believe that. So I hope I answered your question, Sal the hamster, over on Rumble. Let me go on to some of the others and their comments. Let's see. So, now, Hal asked a good question. He goes, are you asking, will Donald Trump go in right away? Or will he be sentenced and maybe he doesn't go away until after the appeal? Well, first of all, they wouldn't. It's normal that an individual, once they, even if they are given a sentence and they have an appeal, it is very common for that individual not to serve time until the appeal is done. We see that all the time. Matter of fact, what's his name? Jussie Smollett did the same thing. There's many individuals, left and right, rich and poor, that are able, because if they're not a flight risk, there are many individuals who do get to stay out until they are done with all of, or at least the main appeal, before they start serving their prison sentence. So, yes, I would expect it to be right away. Now, I expect that the judge is going to try and push Trump into this probation, this solitary confinement, this home arrest as soon as possible. I think that's what they would try to do, but I'm not sure that it would be successful. And I think Trump will be able to appeal and not be under house arrest until after the appeal fails. And the appeal will fail. Donald Trump will make an appeal in New York State. New York State will reject his appeal, and he will have to go to the Supreme Court. But they will give him the appeal. He'll get a chance to make the appeal, and the appeal will fail. I believe that too. Let me go on with some of the comments. Grace says, do I think Trump will go to jail? No. Due to the Secret Service detail, I don't see how that's possible. Well, I think I agree with you in part, Grace, that he wouldn't go to prison like we would normally think of, like an average person would go. No, but he would get house arrest, which would be the equivalent. That's the best way they could do it. But I believe it's going to be for 2 years. Not 1, 2 years. To get them through the election and bring them to the midterms so that they would effectively negate all of the influence that Donald Trump would have in this election and in the midterms. That's what I think they would try and do. Hal goes on to say, also, New York has a maximum 20-year consecutive years for Class E felonies. No, I understand that the maximum charge is 134. The actual time served, the actual amount that you could serve is different. The maximum penalty technically is 132 years. That's what 34 charges would bring. He would never serve more. So that's the difference of the sentence versus what he would actually serve. So again, real world versus technical. So there is that. But even with that, they're not going to charge him 20. They're not going to charge him 100 years. They're not going to charge him 20 years because that would be the same thing. That's a life in prison sentence. They're not going to charge Donald Trump with life in prison, which again means he's not going to get 10 years. He's not even going to get 5 years because those would be life in prison sentences. He's too old. They're not going to do that. 2 years would not be seen as life imprisonment. He might die in prison because he's old, but that wouldn't be immediately something. If you said 10 years, people go, he'll die in prison. And that would be a negative. So they would be seen as being bending the rules and being very kind and accommodating by saying 2 years rather than saying 5 or 10 years, which would be seen as being life sentences and criminal. So that's why we see that difference. Dow says, there is a bill to strip Secret Service detail. Yes, there is, which I did go into. Taking away the Secret Service from presidents would relieve the Secret Service of their detail if the Democrats were able to get that passed. But it won't work because presidents, even without the security detail, the reason why they have the security detail is the amount of knowledge, sensitive information that they know. Without a security detail, then the president, especially in a prison, a literal place where we are sticking all of the problems, the security risks of America, and very easy for any kind of criminal organization, very easy for any spy network to put in and infiltrate a prison to get a prisoner next to Trump if he has no Secret Service detail. That is too much of a security risk. They will never do that. Even if they say, we're going to take away your Secret Service detail, they still won't put Trump in Rikers or Comstock or any regular prison. They would have to put him in house arrest because he has too much secret and sensitive information. He would have to be separated, and that's what I think they would see happening. And that was, yes. And that was, thank you for reminding me, Dal. It was Representative Bernie Thompson, who I believe is no longer elected. Bernie Thompson put that in, and if I remember correctly, he's no longer serving. Benny, not Bernie, but Benny Thompson. He's a Democrat. Mike Bowie says, they want to humiliate him, but it's backfiring. Whatever they do, short of giving him an Epstein's cell, will fail. Well, that's, again, one of the risks is what if something happens to Trump while he's in a regular prison? Will that cause a backlash? Yes. So, again, put him in house arrest so that limits anyone who could possibly harm Donald Trump, which limits the future backlash. Again, this is why house arrest seems to make sense. And again, they want to impede his ability to run for election and to win election. They want to take that 45% of the middle of America and to turn them against him, which obviously most Americans don't want to vote for a criminal, a convicted criminal. That's just ingrained in the American system. It's not that it's not legal. You can legally vote in anyone. Well, that's not true, not anyone. But you can, if they're convicted, depending on the exact charge, you can vote for a convicted felon to be in elected office. That's not illegal. That's absolutely possible. And it is happening. Trump has been convicted before. He is a convicted criminal, and he is on the ballot. So you can do that, but they want people to think of he's a criminal. They want to think you're voting for a criminal, not you're voting for a former president running for the presidency again. That Trump has a track record, that we know what to expect, that he is a politician. No, they want you to think of him as a criminal. Something that they don't do when we talk about Bob Menendez or any other politician. They don't speak about them in these same terms, in the same way. Even Andrew Cuomo is now thinking about coming back. Andrew Cuomo was responsible for 16,000 people dying in New York State. He's responsible for covering up the death of 16,000 people based on his orders. He's been connected, or just about connected, to dozens of corruption cases. Everyone surrounding Andrew Cuomo, it has been noted for their corruption, and many of them have been arrested and convicted of corruption. even though they're all connected to the one thing they all have in common is Andrew Cuomo and donations to Andrew Cuomo. But yet, Andrew Cuomo has never, and every commission, every investigation looking for corruption always ends before the investigation is done, before they can actually say Andrew Cuomo was guilty. But Andrew Cuomo, with all of that negativity behind him, who had to resign in disgrace because of the 11, not the initial 7 that was charged with him, but the 11 sexual assault cases that were found by Letitia James, the AG. She found more cases than she started with, and was able to, and claimed that she could prove that these were legitimate sexual assault cases. And Cuomo resigned rather than going to court. And he's now considering going back and running for the mayor of New York City. That's the rumor, that he's going to take all of the donations that he received, that he got to keep when he resigned, some $20 million in his donations to him, that he's going to use that to run for mayor of New York and get back into politics. And yet he is not demonized. With all that negativity, he is not demonized, but Donald Trump is. I think that makes a huge statement. Okay. House says, I think that Donald Trump will be sentenced to prison, as do I. So long as, house arrest, not prison. House says, so long as the prosecution asks for it, I think they're going to ask for house arrest. He goes on to say, Donald Trump has thumbed his nose at the whole judicial system. No, not the whole judicial system. He's thumbed his nose at New York's judicial system, at the prosecutors who have a bias. They ran. Letitia James was elected saying she was out to get Donald Trump. That is an inherent bias. And thumbing your nose at Letitia James, who just ran, raised money, and got elected because she's going to get you, yeah, that's not something I think most people would say, yeah, that's kind of legit. When we have Alvin Bragg, who's also said that he's out to get Trump, that this is a personal vendetta, again, thumbing your nose at that isn't the same thing as having a disregard for the law. Listening to the irregularities that we have seen in several of the cases from the judges in ruling against Trump, that's not thumbing your nose at the education system, the judicial system. That's looking at the bias of New York State. And New York State is a very, very biased progressive state. That's a fact. Everyone knows that it's been proven. We have seen that over and over again. There are many irregularities in the trials that have been put up against Donald Trump in his cases before the courts. Many irregularities. Like, as an example, Stormy Daniels perjured herself. Most prosecutors would not move forward with a case where the star witness who's involved in the whole thing has publicly, very publicly and visibly perjured themselves, saying that there was no crime and then saying there was a crime when they had a monetary gain because of that change in their opinion. Many prosecutors would not move forward with a case when one of the star witnesses, Michael Cohen, is someone who lost his law license, has been convicted, and admits committing crimes, stealing from Donald Trump. Again, someone who has a vested interest of working with the prosecution against Donald Trump to help them with their personal vendetta because of his own benefit against his own criminality. So most cases, this would never see daylight in almost any other courtroom if it wasn't Donald Trump. With just those two factors alone, it would almost never happen. But this is Donald Trump, and Democrats need a way to try and win. They need to try and find a way to bolster Joe Biden, and they have nothing. They can't point to any policy. They can't point to the economy. They have no future outlook that is better than it is today, and they can't ask people to look at 4 years ago or 3 years ago or 2 years ago. You cannot look backwards in time and say we are better off today than we were. Forget about under the Obama administration. Forget about under the Trump administration. You can't even look backwards and say that we are better off today than we were in 2021 under Joe Biden. You can't say that about 2022 or even 2023. No matter what year you want to look at, we are worse off today under Joe Biden than at any other time in the past. So with that kind of environment, they need some artificial way to boost up Joe Biden while taking down Donald Trump and holding RFK at bay. Hal goes on to say, the prison sentence for Donald Trump will be stayed through the appeal. That means it will be held off, that it will freeze in time. It's not that Donald Trump would be released from going to prison. It just would not take effect until he gets through the appeal process. They would delay putting him in what I believe would be house arrest or prison until he had a chance to appeal, according to Hal. But he will be sentenced. Well, I do agree. He will get sentenced. I absolutely agree. He'll be sentenced. But I don't think that it's going to have the net effect that you think it does, Hal. So this is my reasoning on this. And again, this is very much centered around the election. Because everything that the Democrats have been doing for 8 years has been centered on an election. It's been centered on gaining power and maintaining power. It has nothing to do with whether or not Trump is guilty. They don't care. He's always guilty. He has to be. He's guilty of every crime they have ever imagined ever in life because he's Donald Trump and they want to win. So he must be guilty. He must be a racist. There is no evidence of racism from Donald Trump, ever. He has to be an anti-Semite. There is no evidence of Donald Trump being an anti-Semite, ever. But he has to be. He has to be every ist and phobe and negative thing they can think of because they want to win. It doesn't matter that it's not true. It doesn't matter that they don't have evidence of the things that they claim against him. It doesn't matter that we have a track record and not once do you hear the mainstream news media, Joe Biden, Democrats, progressives, not once will they refer and go, okay, we're going to compare Joe Biden versus the track record of Donald Trump. They won't even refer to the fact that there is a track record for Donald Trump who served for 4 years. They tell you, it's going to be World War III. Well, that's what you said the last time. From 2016 to 2020, you told us every year there was always going to be World War III. Every time that Donald Trump talked to any world leader, especially in Russia and China and North Korea and Cuba, we kept getting told that there was going to be a World War III scenario, that the world was going to go up in flames when we ended the Iran nuclear deal. Again, we kept being told this is going to be World War III, literally 5 separate times. I remember doing coverage on the channel, and you can look back in the videos that we did, and we had videos where it was literally the 5th time. I actually said, this is the 5th time that they have claimed that we're going to experience World War III because Donald Trump. And it never happened. Never happened. In fact, what we got instead was the Abraham Accords, and Donald Trump was nominated for 2. He was nominated twice for the Nobel Peace Prize because he was bringing more stability to the world and he was bringing more peace to the Middle East. So it's exactly the opposite of what we were told. And now we hear again, just like in 2016, oh my God, it's going to be World War III. Why? It wasn't last time. He hasn't changed. He's still promoting the same policies. He's still acting in the same manner. It didn't lead to war then. Why would it lead to war now? Why are we more likely? Why are they are again trying to say, well, he's more of a demonic, evil person than what we have seen. We've seen 4 years under Trump. We've seen Trump policies and what direction he would take America. We've seen the strong leadership that he presents in the world. And we've seen what has been the net result. And the net result was more global stability, more peace in the world, less war in the world, and a better U.S. economy. Those are the facts. That's what happened. But what they promised us was all hell on earth. Never happened. And now they're telling us, well, it's going to be hell on earth this time. Why? Same guy, same policies, same ideology. Why is it going to be hell this time when it wasn't hell last time? Because, okay, that's the logic that we get nowadays. That's the depth of the logic. And then they move on to the next story. And that's why you've heard about Donald Trump every single day for 8 years. And I'd say 90% of the time that you have heard about Trump every single day, it's because of something negative. They've said something negative about him every day for 8 years, 90% of the time. It's ridiculous. This isn't about politics. This isn't that Joe Biden has a better policy. It's not that Democrats have better ideas. It's that they want power and they don't like Trump. It's personal. I truly believe that. Now, moving forward on that, when I say that I think this is what's going to happen, something people should notice. I'm not the only one. The betting odds that are out there right now have it, depending on which one you're looking at, the odds are in favor. By the way, Donald Trump is still in favor of winning the election. Yes, the betting odds have changed slightly. And I do mean slightly. There has been a slight change in the odds of the election. It's still going to be one, according to the betting pools, it's still going to be in favor of Donald Trump. He's still going to win. But there's a slightly better chance for Joe Biden to maybe, kind of, sort of, maybe come in. These are like 10 to 1. Depending on exactly which betting pool organization you're looking at, the odds are about 10 to 1 for Biden to win. And that's under the improvement with Donald Trump being charged and guilty of 34 counts. And everyone knew this was going to happen, by the way. I thought this was really funny. When I say that everyone knew that Trump was going to be convicted and is going to be convicted again, the betting odds from Bet Online, Trump was a minus 400 favorite. Now, what that means is to win $100, you would have to put up $400. So 4 to 1, essentially. You'd have to, or rather 1 to 4. So for every $4 you put up, you would win $1. That's how sure everyone was that Donald Trump would be found guilty. That's how obvious the Trump derangement syndrome is. That's how biased New York State is in terms of its legislature, its judiciary, and its politics. We are so far blue. They are so angry. They are so anti-Trump. They're so terrified that everyone, no one would bet against this. They knew Trump is going to be found guilty. Of course he is. He has to be. There is no way in New York State Trump can be found innocent of anything, ever. Doesn't matter what it is. And they will charge him again, and he will be guilty again. It's just going to happen. And all the betting pools come up with the same thing. But there is a 17% in overall. The betting pools say that there is a 17%, and this is pretty consistent. I was looking through and trying to find various betting odds, and everyone is about 17%. 83% think that 83% of all the betting pools seem to be indicating that Donald Trump is just going to be given a fine. That's it. And that's what a lot of the pundits are saying. but I think they're wrong. And I think the 17%, I'd be one of the 17%. I am one of the 17% that think that Donald Trump is going to go to jail, being house arrest. And it will happen, and he will be under house arrest as soon as possible to stop him from being able to campaign. Absolutely. And he will get a fine. This is almost absolutely sure. Now, I think that's because most people aren't thinking about the degree of desperation that the Democrats are in. Absolute, complete desperation. Let me show you what I mean. So, with Donald Trump having 94 different charges, having been through a trial and found guilty and charged hundreds of millions of dollars, and getting convicted of 34 times of pretty much the same exact charge over and over again, of being proven to have, and we know he slept with a stripper while he was married. Okay, he's an adulterer. Like, that's not the worst thing. We've seen that from everyone. Forget presidents, members of Congress, all over the place. That's not the biggest terrifying thing. But again, so he's an adulterer. He's been accused of everything under the sun. They hate him. They have 8 years of negative media against Donald Trump. With all of that, he's still beating Joe Biden. I want you to think about that. With everything they have laid up and thrown against Donald Trump, with every single attack on every piece of media out there, and how they have tried to enforce that in social media, the way they've changed the algorithms in Google, how they have changed the focus on approved messaging on YouTube, how we have seen all of the TV stations, the entertainment, have all been twisting and trying to find ways to demonize Donald Trump, to mock him and to hate him for 8 years, and he's beating Joe Biden. Now, what you see here in front of you is that Joe Biden, now these are the most, and I was showing this a little bit earlier in the show, that the top 3 recent, there's only been 3 polls, and that would be Reuters Ipsos, Forbes Harris, and Morning Consult. Those are the 3 polls that have come out. Most of the news media right now are trying to focus only on the Reuters. And they're saying, oh, Reuters, that's the only one. That's the only sample that we're looking at. That's the only result that we're looking at. That's not true. That's not true. Matter of fact, I think I have that. Do I have that? No. I thought. No. Hang on a second, folks. Bear with me. Yep, here it is. So, this is from ABC News. And this is ABC News. Half of Americans think Trump guilty. Verdict was correct. Should end campaign. 47% think the charges against Trump were politically motivated. Think about that. Nearly half of America thinks that these were politically motivated charges, but they say half of Americans think Trump was guilty. Well, obviously, we're talking about 2 different groups of people. The people who think that Trump, the 47% of Americans that think that this was a political trial, probably aren't the people who think that Trump was guilty, because it wasn't about guilt. It was about politics. So even ABC can't hide that. It's in the polling, and this is consistent. I saw this myself when I took the YouGov poll on Friday, and I published that video about the YouGov poll and how they did the same thing. They were trying to taint this. So they're saying ABC News. There's a poll from ABC News. This is the only poll that's out there. You have to believe the ABC poll, except there's 3 polls. And the Reuters poll does show it's the biggest win for Joe Biden. It shows Biden winning by 2, but the Forbes-Harris poll has Trump winning by 2. And yes, there is a third one, Morning Consult, and it has Biden winning by 1. And looking at the trend, again, Trump is winning. Oh, did the margin get smaller? Sure. Has that happened before? Several times. And Trump has been leading consistently over and over again, going back as you go backwards in time. He's still consistently winning. And the trend is towards the red. It's not like we've never seen any of the polls come out with a tie. It's not like none of the polls have ever had Biden up by 2, Biden up by 1. Here's one from ABC News. That was back beginning of May. This isn't unusual. But most people aren't looking at these details. They're not looking at the fact that we've seen Trump up as much as 8 while Biden's been up as much as 4. That this has happened consistently. The difference is Trump remains ahead. And more importantly, with everything they have thrown against Donald Trump, he's still winning. He's still, even if you were to say he's losing, he's competitive. He is insanely competitive. Joe Biden is desperate. He has no guaranteed win against the guy who has been proven guilty, or rather charged guilty, 34 times, who has been fined, who has 94 charges, who has been demonized for 8 years in a row, where no one will talk about his positive, successful prior run as president. Will not be mentioned. His history has been negated. And he's still winning. That tells you how bad Biden is. It tells you how much of a failure Biden is. It tells you that the majority of Americans, even in the middle, who low information voters, also know Joe Biden sucks. Joe Biden's policies suck. Bidenomics sucks. There is no victory condition here. And that's why you're seeing that even though we keep hearing people say, well, you know, he's got to have the Secret Service or he's going to go to jail. The fact is that Donald Trump raised $53 million. I think I have that link here. Bear with me. Do I? No. I thought I had it. No, I don't seem to have it. Okay. Donald Trump, in 24 hours, raised $53 million. $2 million an hour after he got charged. Joe Biden's not going to win. That's why the betting odds are the way they are. That's why they have to put Donald Trump in jail. They have to. Because yes, there is a negative impact of saying, well, Trump's a convicted felon. There is a negativity to saying he's been in jail or that he's in jail at this moment. And that will put off some voters. But I don't think it's enough. I think the more that they try to get Trump in a cell, because they want that photo, they want that image of Donald Trump behind bars. They are desperate for it. This is a desire of theirs. They are irrational about trying to get that because it justifies everything they have done. It justifies their worldview. It makes them feel good dreaming about that. And so they've got to have Donald Trump behind bars, and they want that image however they can get it. But it's not going to work because no one else wants it. Just the Democrats, and even then, mostly the progressives. The rest of the nation don't think that's right because 47% of people recognize this was political. This wasn't about justice. This was never about justice. This was never about the law. This has been nothing but an election. This is a game of elections. Now, I've gone through some length to explain this, to explain my position, to explain what I'm thinking about that. And I hope that if you've heard that, whether you agree or not, give me a like, a share, subscribe, Please, that's all I ask for. I mean, you can do a super chat. You can go and donate and become part of my Patreon. That's up to you. That's fine. I don't really ask for that. I ask for just give me a like, a share, and a subscribe. Help me with the First Amendment. That's it. I ask you to support the First Amendment, support me being able to explain to you my reasoning every week for the last 7 years, for the last 35 weeks in a row, to explain what's going on, because the election is important and is critical. Even if you think I am absolutely wrong, that I have missed the boat, that I misunderstand, I don't have the right information, the fact that we can have the conversation so that you can point it out to me, to your friends, so you can say, see how wrong he is. If that's what you want to do, help me help you do that. Give us a like, a share, and most of all, subscribe. That's all we ask for. We're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm not asking to be a multi-millionaire, because I'm not going to be. I'm not asking to be popular, more popular than Nerdrotic. I'm not going to be, or the Critical Drinker. I'm not going to get there. What we are looking to do is to be able to make sure we let more people hear the voice and have the conversation, and know that you're not alone. Don't ever be afraid of raising your voice, to ask the questions. Whether it's a good question or a bad question doesn't matter. To get the answers, whether you like the answer or dislike the answer, doesn't matter. To have the conversation, whether it's a good conversation or a bad one, doesn't matter. You are an American citizen. This is your First Amendment right. We all get to do this. And the only way we get to have this right, to speak about whatever it is you want to speak about, to stand up for whatever you want to stand up for. The only way it works is we have to support the First Amendment. We support even the things we don't like, even the things we hate, especially the things we disagree with. We have to support, because if we don't, then it doesn't work for anyone. And that's why we always ask, give us a like, a share, and subscribe. It's simple. And we don't ask for more than that. I mean, if you want to give me $1.50 a month, I don't mind. $1.50 a month is not, even in this horrendous recession of the Biden administration, even everyone should be able to afford $1.50. Inflation's making it worth less and less by the day. But, that's just another thing altogether. So I hope that explains my position to a lot of people about that. And I think it's important that we understand this, because things are getting stupid. We need a strong leader back in America. We are desperately needing a strong leader in America. This Friday, actually, the Reuters has the wrong number. It was 34 people. 34 people, not 29. The initial report was 29 people were detained by police. 100, at least 100 progressive leftist activists decided to go to the Brooklyn Museum, the second largest museum in New York City, and to try and take it over. They tried to take it over. They were trying to turn it into an autonomous zone, kind of like Colombia, where they did. They went back to Colombia. Another group of activist leftists went back to Colombia and put up a bunch of tents again and tried to take it over again. They were kicked out over the middle of the night. But they tried to do that in Brooklyn. Now, they were being stopped, but these guys got into fights with the security. They got in fights with police. They damaged artwork as they tried to take over the building, because they don't like Trump, because they want to support Hamas, a terrorist organization, because they want you to have their feelings. They want you to obey their ideology. You don't get a choice in it. They're going to force it down your throat. They're going to make you be progressive, whether you want to be or not, because they feel like they know better. They feel like they're on the right side of history. They feel, and you should feel what they feel too. Now, initially they said there was 29 of these whack jobs. And I have no pity for them. I have no respect for them. I have no respect for people. It's one thing to have a protest. It is not a protest when you take over property that isn't yours, that you forcibly make people change their will, change their actions. You disturb their life when you threaten people, when you fight with people, when you destroy property that isn't your own. Those are crimes, and you should be charged with those crimes. That's not a protest. That's violence. And that's what they were doing. Violence. They weren't protesting. They were being violent. Now, the thing that really gets me about this, besides the fact that, the reason why Reuters is saying there's 29 people, and the reason why the Associated Press says there's 34 for the same incident. And you may say, well, was there 29 people that were detained by police, or was there 34 people? Well, the answer is 34. And the reason why we saw that the Reuters said the answer is 29 is because 5 people just disappeared. 6 people got arrested. 19 people were detained but released. And 5 people, no one knows. They just, poof, disappeared in a puff of smoke, essentially. Nobody knows what happened to them. They weren't arrested. They weren't detained. We know the police encountered them, and they just disappeared. Who were they? What were they doing? Why did they suddenly disappear? We don't know. That's why Reuters said, well, we're just not going to count those 5 people because nobody knows what's going on. And the AP, Associated Press, said, well, they do exist. They were there. They do count. But we have no idea what happened. The police won't tell us about them. The other protesters won't tell us about them. The leftist radical progressives won't discuss what these people were doing. So that's it. But we know they were there. And we know that. So I think it's very important. The less, when we have our strong leaders attacked for 8 years in a row, when we see these discrepancies in these legal cases that would not apply to anyone else in the universe, and they're being applied against Donald Trump. When we know that what they are doing to Donald Trump, if they get away with it, they could do to any of us. We're watching them shut down the freedom of speech. Yes, this is incredibly important, and that's why you're seeing all these protests come up, why you're seeing all these autonomous zones at all these colleges, why you see Americans being taught, trained, and actually going out to support Hamas, to support the terrorists, to go out and say that they want to, what was it he said? Kill the hostages now. You only see that under weak individuals, under weak presidents, which is why they don't want Donald Trump to win, because they would lose their power. They want to maintain their power. They want to destroy Donald Trump because that destroys the American system of governance. In fact, look at this. ABC News didn't even, in their article, ABC, New York City's ABC Channel 7, could only spare a sentence talking about Columbia University, that the leftist progressive protesters went in and restarted and reattempted to create an autonomous zone in Columbia University, which is illegal, which they've been kicked out before, which only 30% of all the protesters that did this the last time, they're not even students. They're just having outsiders come and do this. So they don't even want to talk about this. They hid this. They didn't put this into a separate, that news about Columbia, ABC News didn't even want to put it out as separate news, its own article, its own news coverage, which it should be. No, they included it in the coverage about Brooklyn. What does a Brooklyn museum have to do with Columbia University, which is in Manhattan, a different part of the city? Nothing. except they both were done by leftist progressive activists. That's it. That's the only thing they have in common. They're both supporting the fringe, but other than that, they're not the same. Those are two different news stories. But rather than having to report accurately about both stories, instead of that, ABC News said, we'll combine the stories. Doesn't matter that they're not the same or they have anything to do with each other. We'll combine them so we have less chance of people noticing that we're talking about this. We don't want people to pay attention to the details. Well, you should pay attention to the details because it shouldn't be just 6 people were arrested. It should be far, far more. 23 people. 6 people were arrested, and I stand corrected. 6 people were arrested. 23 were released because they got a ticket. And then there's 5 people, we don't even know what happened. They just disappeared. Are you kidding me? Are we serious? And by the way, the 23 people that they released with tickets, that's it? They got a ticket? Well, let's see, they were trespassing. I want you to think about these charges. They were trespassing, they were making graffiti, they were damaging property, and resisting arrest. You know who did all 4 of those things? Well, according to the left, January 6th. That's insurrection. According to the left, that's insurrection. So these insurrectionists in Brooklyn who were destroying artwork, destroying property, the public's property, our assets, our entertainment assets, they're destroying history because of their political ideology. But, it's okay. It's okay when they do it. But oh my God, if anyone else does it. I mean, it's very upsetting. And who are these 5 people? Who are these 5 people? No one knows what's going on. Why were 5 people not held accountable? I don't understand. Okay. So we took a little bit of time here, 5.5 hours, to go over some of these things in detail. Dal said, sounds like those missing 5 people were probably professional agent provocateurs, which we know have been involved in this. In fact, the 30% of those individuals arrested at Columbia University for trying to set up the autonomous zone, they were all leftist activist professionals, professional agitators. That's what they do, is create these autonomous zones and create riots and destruction. So Dow says that these professional agent provocateurs could have also been Houthi, agents of the Houthis or the Hezbollah. There was reporting about a month ago that Houthi agents were offering free college in Yemen. Yes, they were. I tell you, folks, this stuff is very, very disturbing. And if we're not having a conversation about this, whether you agree or not, if we're not having these conversations in detail to understand what's going on, to have the links so that you can see what the left-leaning news media is saying so that you can look through it and say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why does that break the law? Why are these people allowed to break the law and others are punished for the same actions? If we're not saying that, then we're creating an autonomous, authoritarian government. We're losing our freedom. We're losing our government, our country, our society. We're losing being Americans. We're becoming just another country, and that sucks for everyone in the world. And we need to do better. We need to improve. We need to have these conversations, these arguments, these discussions, this clarity about where we stand and where we want our nation to stand so that we can lead the rest of the world. Because if we don't, someone else will. Probably China. So with that all being said, we've been talking for 5.5 hours. You may have heard just a few moments ago, I have a puppy who just went quiet, but oh, there he is. who needs to go outside again. He's screaming at me. But we've been talking for about 5.5 hours. And I think it was kind of interesting and productive. And I thank everyone for the calls that came in, John and Hal. I want to thank people like Dal and Grace, Lynn and Sal for leaving the comments and just having their ideas. I invite everyone who is watching this, even if you were watching it for 5 minutes, leave a comment with anything that you think, especially about Donald Trump. Do you think he's going to spend time in jail? Will it be in prison? Will it be in house arrest? Will it be a fine or some combination of all of that? I ask you to put that into the comments. Tell me what you think. Let's have this discussion going forward. Do you think that we should punish those activists, those leftist progressive activists that broke into the museum in Brooklyn? Shouldn't we be throwing them in jail right now? Why were 23 of them allowed to walk away with charges of insurrection, according to the left, and just walk away? Shouldn't we hold them accountable? Let's have these conversations. Let's see how this is going to affect America and therefore the rest of the world. It's important. It matters. You matter. Not just to me, but to America. So I hope you will come back every week, and during the week, check out, we have short videos that are being done, as well as other videos. We have a lot of coverage that we're doing, some interviews of various candidates that we're doing, and elected officials whenever possible. And we hope that you will be with us for all of that as we continue to move forward. I thank you, everybody. I want you to have a great weekend. Enjoy June, and I will be back with you very, very soon. All right? Thanks, folks.